Welcome to my love letter to my favorite game genre of all time that has been unfortunately mostly dead for the past 30 years. In this video I intend to cover the entire history of Dungeon Master clones. I personally finished every single one out of the over 50 games in this genre that came out between Dungeon Master in 1987 up to Legend of Grimrock in 2012, and I intend to review them all in this video, as my contribution to the documentation of video game history. I have a personal deep connection with this genre, as I believe it was the first JRPG I actually finished, despite being primarily into adventure games in the 80s and 90s. I never lost my need to immerse myself into a story and narrative that I find meaningful, and nowadays it's usually computer role-playing games that offer this kind of content. This bias will color my reviews. The mainstream interest for these games is long gone, or the games can be seen as a stepping stone that did not disappear but simply evolved. But when Legend of Grimrock came out in 2012, it made the classic gameplay in these games into a design choice rather than being enforced by graphical limitations. This choice defined these games as a unique genre of its own, and since then these games have been crawling back into popularity with a couple of new ones each year. After I personally finished a significant amount of these games on my own, I got the idea to dig up and play the ones I haven't played yet and create a video about the process. This rabbit hole ended up with me spending years gathering and refining the list of games to play, drawing from websites such as dungeoncrawlers.org, a free-turning blobber group on Steam, RPG Codex, and mobile games. I was as exhaustive as I could be, even including games from languages I do not understand and platforms I never played games on before. For a game to qualify for this project, I set up two routes. First, the game needs to be in real time, and with a bit of internal struggle, real time with pause. This means that the time or turns within the game have to progress themselves rather than being based on turns or player actions, like in many classic computer role-playing games, such as Bard's Tale, Wizardry, or Phantasy Star. Second, it needs to be a blobber, which means that the game have to include a party of adventurers that briefly move as one single unit, or a blob. This means no single-character games such as Avalon Dawn or Daggerfall. Most of these games are nationally first-person, but they are allowed for third-person blobbers as well. In addition to those two rules, the game needs to have a story campaign that is intended to be finished. I mean, that's my bias, you know. If the game is clearly focused on grinding up your characters but not really meant to be played as a story, I bailed out. And finally, I reject games that were clearly built on stolen assets from other games, as otherwise I will spend too much time grinding through nonsense. But to quote CRPG Addict, when a game breaks these rules, I am no longer an hourly employee. I am a volunteer. In some cases, I made a decision to play a game anyway, just to clear up confusions or make a point. But the games that really break my definitions won't get a full review in this video, just to mention. For the reviews, I will try to keep myself in chronological order from the years in which games were released, but I will try to keep the game series together and sometimes group them based on engine and maker. But since my intention is to cover the history of the genre, I figure we should begin with the pre-history that led up to the first game, before starting with the reviews. And if possible, I intend to fill the gaps between the games with what happened in the industry to provide a bit of context to the games we focus on. So, let's roll back the clock to when the genre did not exist yet and explore its origin story. There are three main concepts to discuss before we reach our first game. The first is the graphic revolution of the first-person perspective. Then there is the birth and computer simulation of party-based RPGs. And finally the implementation of real-time combat in either of those two. I do not think we need to get too deep into the history of games in general. Usually we trace video games back into the 50s, where the first video games were made for specific machines, such as Standards for 2 that was based directly on the Donner Model 30 analog computer that it needed to be played upon. Even arcade cabinets consist of specific internal hardware and input controllers that had to be shipped around the world in order to play the game. Among this early generation of specific hardware-based video games, we can see the first uses of a first-person perspective in primarily vehicle simulators. This is the Lotus driving simulator that just might be the first-person video game ever, but it was also a large and bulky installation. Now, the first video game that could be distributed from one computer to another was probably Space War in 1962. Instead of relying on specific hardware, it was made in portable computer code on a DEC PDP-1 mini computer. This meant it could be transferred over to the other few dozen computers of this brand in the world. The first game important to our genre is Maze War, known as the first-person shooter. It was constructed in 1973 at the NASA Research Center on a mainframe INBLAC PDS-1 mini computer. Maze War allowed multiple players to log in and navigate a maze-like structure through different terminals and screens. Later boss were programmed in 2, which led to chasing and being chased by intelligent enemies in 3D space. That was drawn by wireframe technology. Skeletal lines built an illusion of a simple 3D world and became mainstream for a decade. Meanwhile, in 1974, you of course had the first edition of Dungeons & Dragons revolutionized the gaming landscape. I mean, that's important to our story. And during this era, computer simulation of Dungeons & Dragons were possible in one place, the University of Illinois in Chicago, through a system known as Plato. Plato had several terminals connected to the mainframe computer. Students could log in and receive training or lectures through the computer screen. And they were also able to program their own content, which actually led to many of the modern concepts we take for granted today, such as email, message boards, chat, and games, including eventually the first computer role-playing games. Now, students weren't really allowed to make games on Plato, so many of the first ones were deleted by the administrator. For that reason, the identity of the very first CRPD is disputed. But we are going to concentrate primarily on games that have been cited as relevant to our lineage of the Realtime Blobbers. And the 2 specific RPGs that have survived from this era that are interesting to us were Moria from 1975. This was the first CRPD with rudimentary wireframe graphics of the kind that we find in Maze War. And Moria inspired Oubliette, which is the French word for dungeon, in 1977. This is the first game that included multiplayer and party formation. Oubliette in turn inspired Wizardry, proving grounds on the Mad Overload, released in 1981 for the Apple II. And this game gathered most systems into one place. We now have a party interface with multiple characters listed, and we have a wireframe dungeon navigation. The impact of Wizardry cannot be understated. It is often held as one of the most important games of the history of CRPDs, although the original by today's standards is quite outdated. There is, however, a modern remake to be had for those who are interested, known as Wizardry, Proven Grounds of the Mad Overlord. For Wizardry, up to 1987, there were little evolution in graphics or controls. The Apple II was the leading game computer up to Commodore 64, was released in 1983, but both had limited memory capacity that didn't really allow for much evolution. The first real-time first-person RPG is said to be Dungeons & Daggerath on the TRS-80, released in 1982. However, you only got to control one character here rather than having full party action, and this game have actually not been cited as an inspiration for the games that we are more interested in, but I'm going to mention it here as a curiosity. Now, before we move on from the 8-bit computers, 2 notable games did push the limits a bit further, at least in the departments we are looking at. That would be Bard's Tale in 1985 and Might and Magic in 1986. These games ditched the now ancient wireframe 3D technology and instead used bitmap graphics with the Painters algorithm. The Painters algorithm constructs a first-person view using small layered images to create the illusion of a landscape, a technique that allows for dynamic perspective changes based on the player's view and looks a lot better. Then in 1985, the Atari SD was released with 512 kilobytes of memory, significantly more than the Apple II, which allowed game designers to take bitmap graphics to the next level. And with that, I feel the stage is ready to begin looking into the very first real-time blobber, specifically designed for the Atari ST. In 1985, the computer landscape was very different than it was in the early 1990s and even now. The PC was not yet seen as a competitive gaming computer. Instead, it was the Apple II that been the leading computer for computer role-playing games and adventure games up to that point. And the Amiga 1000 was still seen as a disappointing business computer after poor marketing. But the Atari ST had been showcased in 1985 and attracted Fast and Light as one of the first companies working for the platform. In 1986 they could showcase the first prototype of Dungeon Master to the public, that produced a lot of hype and expectations before the game was published in 1987. Around this timeline, the offer to explore virtual worlds in full color and bitmap graphics was very new. The contemporary games included the King Quest Trilogy, Legend of Zelda, Metroid, and Castlevania. The great memory capacity of the Atari ST allowed for using the Painter's algorithm with much more detailed pixel artwork, which offered a rich first-person perspective more vivid than anything up to that point. You can still only move in a grid and in 90-degree turns, but no one cared. Remember that in this era neither Wolfenstein the Doom existed yet. This was a revolution in simulated real-time virtual realities in 1987, which made the experience of playing Dungeon Master both mind-blowing and potentially terrifying. If you are to summarize the most influential games of all time, Dungeon Master might be on that list. It was the predecessor to first-person shooters, as I mentioned, but this was also significant for computer role-playing games like Baldur's Gate and immersive sims like Ultima Underworld. For us right now, I like to concentrate on how Dungeon Master creates its own genre that followed, the one this video is about. So before I go into and review the actual games in the Dungeon Master series, I want to go through the design elements that were introduced in the original game, as they are shared by most of the games that follow. Dungeon Master did not just revolutionize the graphics, but also the user interface, accessibility, intuitive gameplay, and the order system. Around this era it was common that you had to read manuals and comprehend computer role-playing games, or they will kill you in the first level. In Dungeon Master you learn the game simply by booting it up and beginning to play. The first levels act as a tutorial that teaches you all the necessary systems so you know how to do things before the game begins to throw you into harder challenges. This is also one of the first games where we can speak about actual 3D space and physics in first person. With the cursor, that looks as a virtual floating hand, you can interact directly with the things on screen, push buttons or pull levels, or you can pick items up and throw them ahead of you, make them fly forward through the virtual space. You can also drag items into your inventory that has slots you can place them in, including an intuitive paper doll that you can equip directly, a design that became staple in computer role-playing games and is still used today. The world of Dungeon Master was also persistent, which means that things won't reset when you move into the next level. Things you did in an era will continue to exist in a save game, like a virtual space that is still there even when the computer is off. This also means you can clean up and use areas as your storage space, where you place collections of items you want to keep until later, because they are too heavy to carry with you. With you in this virtual space are living monsters. They are in there with you in the environment. They are not random encounters or something that appears in a separate combat interface. They walk around on their own, even if you leave the keyboard. The Amiga version got full 3D audio, meaning you could use sound to lead you to them or be alerted about their presence before they are seen. Here and there noises through the walls ahead of time evoked a sense of being in a hostile space and contributed to the overall feeling you're actually walking around in a virtual reality to immerse yourself into. Should enemies attack you, they had advanced AI that allowed them to flank, flee or gang up with multiple enemies filling the same space. You also had access to bombs and area spells that could hit every enemy in the same space or hurt you if you accidentally threw the same item or spell into the wall you're facing. For the most part, the monsters you slay will stay dead. This means that if you clean out an area, it will stay that way. It's safe, it's now your space, where you can always store your items and go back to rest if you need to. In Dungeon Master you're not a chess player but a team leader. Dungeon Master laid the foundation for how user interfaces could be constructed to command multiple party members at the same time in real-time combat. You had to be able to move quickly and effectively while striking monsters ahead of you with multiple front row fighters. This means you need a fast and intuitive and easy way to do everything at the same time. Dungeon Master had arrow buttons on screen that you could click to move you around, or you can move with one hand of your keyboard while you make attacks with your mouse. With your party formation, you can keep your rear row spellcasters out of harm as long as your tanks were directly facing the enemy. Then you had a completely separate system for spellcasting, in which you had to assemble runes in real time, with the potential of misclicking if you were too stressed. Several systems were tracked in the background in a way that would be impossible for a human Dungeon Master to handle effectively, such as stamina or mana. One of the most iconic of these real-time systems for the entire genre was keeping track of each character's hunger, which pushed the player to keep moving forward or manage their resources. Another new system made the characters improve a tiny bit each time they use certain items or skills rather than collecting experience points from monsters. All of this meant a shift away from trying to simulate tabletop role-playing systems. Instead, it favored a new cancel system that required a computer to keep track of them. This put an early wedge between pen and paper role-playing games and computer role-playing games. Now these are the core elements that were introduced in the original Dungeon Master, and the genre would keep most of it intact, with its best partial improvements, updated graphics and sound. What I wish to go into now is if it's worth going back to play the original game, or if it's aged so badly that it will be better to focus on newer games in the genre, if you are curious to check it out. I first finished Dungeon Master back in 2012 for the first time, but realized it was so long ago that I actually had to replay the whole series for 2025 for this video. I used the Amiga version in the Amiga emulator WinUAE, and as always I try to use the WHDLoad versions of Amiga games whenever possible, and I wanted to start this video telling you a bit about that. WHDLoad is a kind of modernized repackaging of Amiga games that allow you to play the games from your hard drive without disk swapping. And these repacks also tend to come with other benefits such as the known patches and tweaks. But there are also some issues. You see, when I replayed the game for the first time I used save states every level to keep my progress. In the end of the game, when I needed to make an extra Dungeon Master save for Chaos Strikes Back, the game would just crash. I had to start the entire game all over again, replaying it twice in a row. It turns out that you cannot actually resume Dungeon Master from a save state if you use WHDLoad, because it will kind of dislodge the game from your hard drive. You can use save states temporarily, as long as you aren't quitting the emulator itself, but to store the game properly to hard drive I had to use the in-game save function. But that only saved the game into Amiga's virtual memory. To actually store the virtual memory to the hard drive, I also need to quit WHDLoad using the dedicated WHDLoad quit key. This finally stores the game to my hard drive in a file that can be resumed in next session, or to be imported into Chaos Strikes Back. Now I said I originally finished the game for the first time in 2012. That's 20 years after I first finished I Beholder in the 90s. The reason for me to wait 20 years was that the old graphics tricked me to have very low expectations for the game. And I was so wrong. The gameplay of Dungeon Master had really aged like fine wine. Despite them all having the same grey walls, each level feels unique thanks to the layout, puzzles and monster placement. But one of the best aspects of the original Dungeon Master is that it is hard to define a superior party strategy for how to win the game. Your choice of characters will probably boost you in one area, but then hold you back in another. This means that it's fun to try new things and see if you can optimize the strategy further. To illustrate this, I wanted to tell you about the new parties that I used in 2025. You see, before replaying Dungeon Master, the most recent game I played was Dungeon Master NEXUS, the last game in the series. And I wanted to play the characters I played in that game in the original Dungeon Master now. The first sequel to Dungeon Master, Chaos Strikes Back, came with this English utility disc that allowed me to build custom character portraits. And since I have an history as an Amiga pixel artist, I did new portraits each playthrough. So for this one I recreated the NEXUS portraits in the limited palette and low resolution, and I was happy about the result. However, one of my NEXUS characters was Elsia, which is a 4th level fighter in NEXUS, and it turns out that Elsia was not in the original game, at least not at the first glance. But then I realized by comparing the ability scores and comparing the other characters that Elsia was actually replacing Syra, Child of Nature, who in Dungeon Master was a level 2 priest and a level 3 wizard, without any fighter skills at all. She also had 10 to 15 points lower strength than your average fighter in the game, but compared to other characters she had the highest stamina and luck. And with all that on the table I decided a challenge to train her up as a fighter anyway. It turns out that forcing her to get those 4 fighter levels in the beginning meant that she was now a competent fighter, priest and a wizard. She also had built up a missing strength from the fighter level she earned, and at around level 5 she had far surpassed my fighter in health while dishing out the same armor and damage, and she could also make healing potions and throw fireballs. In many other games of the genre I will probably have been forced to replay the game due to crappy character choices, but the Dungeon Master one, it just works. Having said that, if there is one weakness in Dungeon Master that brings it down, then it is that it is very hard to judge the strength of armor and weaponry. These were undocumented in the manual, and since Dungeon Master isn't based on a familiar rule set like Dungeons & Dragons, it is hard to tell what is optimal for a character build. Even if you do look up the numbers online, it is still complicated to grasp. Another area Dungeon Master could be improved on was the in-game storytelling. The background story was presented in the manual, which was a common practice for the time and most of the genre. And the background story for Dungeon Master was actually complex for the time. The player would play Theron, who is an apprentice to a wizard known as the Grey Lord. And when something happens to Grey Lord, Theron's spirit is ripped from his body. In incorporeal form, he needs to go down into the Hall of Champions to resurrect 4 heroes and then guide them down into the dungeon to find out what happened to the Lord. This way of presenting a player as an incorporeal ghost following the party became an early explanation for how the party and player would move around in the same space. Unfortunately, the game doesn't really push the narrative forward during the actual game itself, but does feature multiple endings depending on decisions you make near the end. Now, the background story was written by Nancy Holder, who was the wife of Wayne Holder, the producer of the game. But Nancy is also a successful horror writer, which I think became an important influence to the genre. I have seen more than once that games of the genre are referred to as non-horror games that actually scared people. Especially the audio of Dungeon Master could induce dread and a deeper sense of immersion. Later games in the same genre, such as I Beholder, do the same thing, especially in the Spider Cave that scared me in my teens. Nowadays this might sound silly as the graphics and audio aren't as scary anymore, but that came Legend of Grimrock, which both creeped me out and even jump scared me more than once. And Legend of Grimrock 2 had certain areas that came across to me as indie horror at times. So, now after replaying the game in 2025, what do I think? Well, I can conclude that my memory was not deceiving me. The first Dungeon Master is an all-time classic that aged like fine wine. It is my top pick for the first game of the genre, that would be Legend of Grimrock, and if you have a Dungeons & Dragons background you might wish to try I Beholder before Dungeon Master, as it have better documentation and story. But you shouldn't let the aging graphics hold you away from trying the original, and the tutorial introduction and openness in character choice and development are aspects that I think that new game designers should try to strive for when creating a role-playing game of this kind. Before we move on to the next game of the series, I also want to tell you about the Kid Dungeon. Kid Dungeon is like this mini dungeon within Dungeon Master that can be loaded instead of the default one. This alternative dungeon have most of the equipment and monsters from the main game, but condensed into a small space. Your characters are totally overpowered and the monsters are very easy. Kid Dungeon was very easy to load on the Apple II GS version of game. You just need to hold down the option key, solid Apple, before you click on enter and hold it down until the game starts loading from the disk. This is supposed to work in the Amiga version as well, but with the Alt key. However, this dungeon is not included in the WHDLoad version of game, so I had to import it. First I had to find it on the English uncracked version 2.2 disk version. On that disk, the Kid Dungeon is called dungeonb.dat. I created a copy of the WHDLoad version and replaced the official game, it's called dungeon.dat within the files, with this Kid Dungeon file. Now I had a copy of Dungeon Master that booted right into the Kid Dungeon instead of the main game. It did not take me long to complete this dungeon, however. Your main goal, if one can say that, is to defeat a dragon, which is incredibly easy. But doing so does not really put the game into an end state, and the dungeon do not really have an ending. But at least it's this fun thing you can try out if you have already done everything else. One more thing I want to mention before I move on from the original Dungeon Master. Det är att RSD got a map editor, and from that it also received a large amount of custom maps for the game. My goal of playing through every real-time blobber there is will not include these maps, or any other mod for that matter. I will cover Arcan and Walls of Illusion by Microsoft later in the video that took the wall textures from Dungeon Master, but that is going to be my only exception. Now before I get into the sequels, I want to tell you about Theron's Quest from 1992, because it's kind of a spiritual port of Dungeon Master for the PC Engine CD. But the game became like this own separate game that can be played as its own thing. Initially I tried to play the game using the Windows remake called Return to Chaos that had Theron's Quest as a custom map, but eventually I caved in and played the original version as intended using RetroArch, and I am happy I did. Theron's Quest begins with a fully voiced act intro where we get to meet the shepherd Theron, who will be our main character in this game as well. But unlike Dungeon Master, he will stay very much alive this time. And instead of looking for the Grey Lord, Theron is challenged to find 7 stolen treasures in a quest for manhood, each of which are hidden in a separate mini-dungeon. I wish the original game had an introduction like this game, and I have to say that the story is much better presented in this one. In the game we always keep Theron with us, but then we can recruit up to 3 overleveled companions with us for each side dungeon before we enter it. Theron keeps his accumulated experience levels, but your companions will be lost along with your inventory each time you beat one of the side dungeons. Your choice do not matter too much. I mixed my companions somewhat from side dungeon to side dungeon, but here's a tip. Dotan the Wizard comes with its magic staff that you can steal to let Theron train up magic early on. Now the game is focused on solving the 7 mini-dungeons one by one as puzzle or challenges to overcome using what you already know about Dungeon Master. Initially I was deeply annoyed with the lack of strafing, but pretty quickly I realized that as long as you pick the right companions, you can overcome most fights with ease, and I did not felt held back, because the game balance is actually on the easier side. The 7 dungeons are played separately, and it ended up quite satisfying for me to finish them one by one. And the total game is rather short. I also had to praise the audio in Theron's Quest, as it's among the best of the entire genre. I wish other games would use similar atmospheric sound effects like this game is using. That said, it is hard for me to straight up recommend Theron's Quest when there are so much better games to play out there, including better Dungeon Master clones if that is what you are looking for. But if you have played a significant number of these games already, then I guess you can see Theron's Quest as a unique challenge that throws a twist of the formula that you already know. It is a rather unique game in the genre as a whole. Now let's get into the first sequel to Dungeon Master, which was Chaos Strikes back in 1989, which was meant to be an expansion but became a standalone game. The game was released for fewer systems than Dungeon Master. There is a remake that can be run on Windows computers, however. But I played Chaos Strikes Back in WinUAE using WHDLoad, as you already know. Unlike the first game, you get a fully animated introduction this time. The Lord of Chaos is back. He created this secret dungeon where he mined 4 pieces of cobalt ore that have the property to suck all the magic from the world. The party needs to get into his place, find the chunks and dispose of them. This was the first time in the Realtime Blobbers where we got to import a party from one chapter to the next, or we could start a new one with some rather unusual character choices. Since I imported my party, I ended up with the same characters as the first game, and my custom portraits came with them. I remember I played this game for the first time after uploading my Black Crypt video back in 2012, and someone in the comments section requested me to play the game for my channel. But after playing it through once, I was so fed up with Chaos Strikes Back that I didn't want to get back to it until I replayed it now in 2025 with the rest of the series. Here's the thing. Chaos Strikes Back could just have been a continuation of the story, and I think people would have been happy about that. But instead it was made as a hardcore challenge for players who are looking for that. In effect, Chaos Strikes Back remains one of the hardest computer role-playing games of all time, with a very confusing level design that is almost unmappable. The game begins in a dark room full of worms attacking you with poison before you have flasks to make an antidote, and most likely you are going to accidentally fall into one of the sub-levels without equipment or means to get back up before you even have a chance to get oriented. The game features several random elements to its design, where certain walls will open and close different on each playthrough, and there will also be gigglers with unique items on them that will be randomly spread throughout the game in the beginning. This means that you might find great items early on, or some items might not even appear in your playthrough. The map design for the game is quite unique. If you look at the maps, it looks like 9 levels, but you actually play it as 5 separate areas, where the first 4 are inspired by the 4 classes of the game: Warrior, Ninja, Priest and Wizard. These 4 are like different towers you need to ascend vertically up to a connected area, where each will grant you a key allowing you to access new areas connected to that section. Eventually you have to find the 4 cobalt ores and a place you can use to dispose of them. After replaying the game in 2025, my feelings are the same. I feel confident you should try out Dungeon Master just to see what the original game was about, but Chaos Strikes Back is not a simple sequel in the way that other expansions or sequels were. It is its own beast. It was created to be a challenge that you should just try if you are the kind of person who enjoys overcoming very hard challenges with grit and determination. It isn't a bad game, it works just as intended, and it is intended to pull no punches and keep kicking you when you earn the ground. But if you are that kind of person who enjoys mastering hard things, I am sure you are able to master this game as well. Now heads up, I am the man from the future past. Right next I will discuss Dungeon Master 2 Skullkeep and Dungeon Master NEXUS, which were the last games of this series. When I made this video, I made an active choice to keep video game series together, meaning I would end up discussing games that came out late in the genre's main history, in the very beginning of the video. While I feel this works great in other series, the Dungeon Master series spans over several generations of these games, so I will have to go back to these 2 sequels later on several occasions, because I like to compare the scaling in Skullkeep to Lands of Lore in 1993. and Dungeon Master NEXUS with other 360-degree free turning games. A trend that started in 94 with NEXUS coming out in 98, near the end of the Second Revolution. The first of those two, the Dungeon Master that actually carried the number 2 in its name, was released in Japan on the PC 98 computer in 1993, and the Amiga version of Skullkeep seems to have adapted that version. But the DOS version from 1995 is far superior, and actually belongs to a later era of CD-ROM games that shares game elements with Lezz lore. This DOS version was a clear evolution from previous games in the genre. It relies on more advanced scaling techniques that allowed for some monsters to go straight through you. It also had these animated item portraits, which was a cool effect that I haven't really seen used in other games. I first finished the game over a decade ago, but replayed it in 2025 to have it fresh in my memory when making this video. I played it in DOSBox Staging, which is the most modern version of the DOS emulator, and I actually needed to use my main computer for this, as my bedroom computer somehow struggled with the frame rate. Skullkeep is its own story, separate from earlier games in the series, and we are not able to import our characters from the earlier games. In Skullkeep we play a predefined character, Theron, who has ended up in a remote island near a fortress known as Skullkeep. There seems to see activity in it, even if it is supposed to be abandoned. Alongside Theron we get to recruit 3 more characters, and in my 2025 replay I predictably decided to go with an all-female party again, but with only 3 female characters to choose from, they were my picks. I had preferred it if I was able to ditch Theron, however, like I could ditch my main character in the Ishar Series. Unlike the predecessors, Dungeon Master 2 did not take place in a large dungeon to descend, but an overland area with separate mini dungeons. This way of building a map with an overland area starring a larger central fortress or structure, coupled with smaller dungeons or towers around it, became more common in later games of the genre. It can also be seen in the first Ishar, Eye Beholder 3, and Legend of Grimrock 2. These outer areas in Skullkeep were particularly atmospheric thanks to a weather system where it can sometimes begin to rain. You can even be hit by lightning if you stay too long in the same spot. The only other game with weather systems that I can remember would be Hyrule Guns, but there it wouldn't hurt you. It was also featured in the remake of Hurlements. The game also came with good music. I actually featured one of the tracks a long time ago on my channel, which is called Endless Rain. The game also had what I believe was one of the best economy systems in the entire genre, including the ability to grind and sell items and plenty of powerful and useful items to buy throughout the game. But even the best economy systems in the Dungeon Master genre were mediocre to other genres more dedicated to this kind of content, including the Mathematics series that were really a genre of its own. I just mentioned it here since most of the economy systems we just crammed into these games as a completely pointless addition that offered nothing of value. But here, it kinda works. While Dungeon Master 2 Skullkeep is not particularly long, especially if you know how to beat it, and your character selection is quite limited, it's just a game I found fun to play with and experiment with just like the predecessor. The game have a lot of unique items and stuff that are not necessary to beat the game, but just there for fun, so it's more quality over quantity. When everything is summed up, the game was actually one of my favorite games of the entire genre, and one of the first games I would suggest you try out after you already played Legend of Grimrock, Dungeon Master, and Eye Beholder. I just wish it had been less restricted with the choice of characters, and skipped forcing a main character on you. The final game in the official Dungeon Master series became Dungeon Master NEXUS. It came out very late after the others, in Japan only, and on the Sega Saturn after that console lost against on the PlayStation, and half a year before the Sega Dreamcast had replaced the console. This all means that the game saw a very limited audience when it was still new. It was also made by Victor Interactive, and Faster Than Light had nothing to do with it after they closed down in 1996. I am personally not familiar with the other games that Victor Interactive made, and they too went defunct in 2003. It took a long time for the Saturn to be properly emulated, and then it took until the end of 2023 before a fan transition made the game accessible to me, but it was worth the wait. I finished the game soon after that, which is actually before I replayed the rest of the series again. And I played the game in RetroArch that is now fully able to handle Sega Saturn games. This also means that I played the game with a PlayStation Joypad controller rather than using a keyboard. The story of Nexus mimics the original game, and the game even adapts some of the puzzles, so it is a bit like a retelling, reimagining or remake of the original game, but for the most part it is its own thing. Again we play as Theron, who is a priest and master Grey Lord in this game, and they reside on top of a mountain where the Lord studies. But one day the Lord falls sick. When Theron is out to find a cure, he gets the premonition that something is wrong and he hurries home. But as soon as he returns, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his back and apparently he dies. As a spirit he travels down into the Hall of Champions, where he revives 4 of them to be his heroes that descend further down into the mountain to find out what happened to Grey Lord. The story is delivered in cutscenes, and there is even a recognizable villain that you meet at multiple occasions. This was something I very much appreciated, and Nexus' story is much better told than the previous games. For my characters I use Sonja, Elsie, Tiggy and Wutze. As I said before, Elsie is actually Zarya, Child of Nature for Dungeon Master, but her classes was switched into a fighter in this game. Before I begin to dig deeper into Nexus, I need to remind you that I will now talk ahead of time for a moment, outside the chronological order of the video, because I need to talk about something that happened later in the genre, when the popularity of the original genre was fading. Thanks to the graphical limitations of the earliest games such as Dungeon Master had to work with, they had accidentally created a unique style of gameplay too. The grid-based movement put an emphasis on strafing in combat, where you would strafe out the harm, then immediately strike monsters in the flank. This gameplay had been nicknamed the Waltz tactic, which was unique and sometimes quite satisfying. But here's the thing. Like many classic genres, the grid-based movement was slaughtered when the industry as a whole tried to renew the genre and move into a full 360-degree movement with 3D polygons. The gameplay stayed dead until the indie market around 2010 began to revive many of the lost genres, and Legend of Grimrock recreated the classic gameplay as a design choice, which I will get back to later in the video. That does not mean that every 360-degree blobber was bad. Some were more successful than others in creating something new, but this also means that the combat and waltz tactic had to be replaced with something else. Many 360-degree blobbers just tried to switch the engine where you get swarmed with monsters and didn't allow the time to do strategy or use spells or special abilities and more, unless they specifically gave you a pause function to solve this issue. Then Master Nexus came out of the most of the other games like this, and to me it was one of the better attempts at creating a 3D combat engine. It wasn't perfect, and since it wasn't accessible in the United States or Europe, it couldn't inspire others to polish this style of combat further either, which is too bad because I think it made total sense to handle 3D combat in the way that Nexus did. First of all, Dungeon Master Nexus was built from 3D from ground up, with features like walking downwards and upwards and looking down shafts that you can also jump down into. When you encounter a monster, they have certain unique movement patterns and unique attacks, and what you need to do is to figure out the monster's pattern in order to strike them while you also keep yourself out of their reach. You could also optimize the strategy by picking the right weaponry, where you can select weapons that can strike with more consistent damage more often, or weapons that benefit from taking a bit more time between strikes. And this made the combat in Dungeon Master Nexus similar to more modern games such as Oblivion or Skyrim, where you actually feel engaged with the physical monster. The rest of the basic user interface of Nexus mimics the original Dungeon Master, but is optimized to play with a controller. I felt it did a better job than Theron's quest in how the game is controlled, and I felt pretty fast at juggling my inventory around or making potions once I learned the basics. But it is possible that there are today better inventory systems in role-playing games that doesn't attempt to emulate a point-and-click system. Beyond that, I also like to mention that Dungeon Master NEXUS was also a very atmospheric game, where the sound in particular really sucked me in. I think that the order of Dungeon Master NEXUS just might be the best in the entire genre, except for Legend of Grimrock. It definitely contributed to its creepy atmosphere. Finally, there is this term, JRPG, or Japanese role-playing game, that have two different meanings. Some people use it for every game that comes from Japan. That use of the expression is rather stupid to me. That would mean that Dark Souls is a JRPG. But others use it to point to certain game elements and specific game designs that you may find in games such as the Final Fantasy series, for example. In this perspective, I do not consider Dungeon Master NEXUS a JRPG, despite having Japanese artwork and language. Instead, it is a very unique game that could have fit well into the Western market had it just been accessible to us sooner. I can easily recommend this game for those who are into the genre. While the game isn't perfect, to me it is one of my favorites when it comes to free movement blobbers, and a game I would be happy to replay and experiment with for no other reasons than being a fun, unique game, and a very special, unique unicorn with barely no other games like it out there. And that wraps up my coverage of the Dungeon Master series. Since the series spanned over a decade, I had to talk about later eras early on, but we are still in the 80s chronologically, and I'm going to resume in the mid-end of the 80s. Before I get into the first real Dungeon Master clones, I wish to discuss two pairs or groups of games that Yannick Cadin made for Ubisoft. For some reason, RPG Codex lists some of the upcoming games as Realtime Blobbers, even if they are not. But since they are contemporary to Dungeon Master, I feel a need to clear up the confusion, in case you were looking for those games here. While I am discussing them, I also wish to cover a fifth game from a German developer, because it's nearly identical to the first group, while it also incorrectly appears on several of the sources I relied on to build up my list. The first group begins with Zombi. The French Amstrad CPC version was published by Ubisoft in 1986, which is a year before Dungeon Master. The game was reasonably short, so I decided I would finish the English Amiga remake from 1990. The game is based on the movie Dawn of the Dead, where we play a group stranded on a shopping mall, and we need to get our hands on fuel to ride out in our helicopter. Now, if you just look at the game, you might believe this is a real-time blobber at first glance, but here's the problem. The characters actually work separately from one another, and they cannot fight together. They can teamwork to a degree by moving equipment around and lit up areas for other characters, but that's it. After Zombie, Yannick made several other games like this, but just one more with a party, and that was Hurlements. Hurlements means howls in English, and it's a reference to werewolves. There is an excellent Windows remake of the game from 2016 with updated graphics that's close to resembles Zombie on Amiga, and I decided to finish that game as well, which took me less than an hour with a bit of help. Unlike Zombie, we just have two characters here, and as I said, we fight werewolves. Our goal is to find some hidden gold bars and then escape by fixing a car. But just like Zombie, this is not a real-time blobber. Your two characters are going to move separately from one another. Since we are talking about these two, I also like to bring up Lords of Doom from 1990. That was actually made in Germany by, among others, Guido Henkel, who might be famous to some of you listening, as he later made the Realms of Arcana trilogy, and more importantly, Planescape Torment. Lords of Doom is remarkably similar to Zombie and Hurlements, so much so I was convinced there was an overlap between the teams who made them. Apparently Henke had a fallout with the publisher for the German localizations of Zombie, but I haven't found any direct evidence that it was a connection, beyond the possibility that the German team could have seen Zombie and decided to make a similar game. The story in Lords of Doom is based on classic horror movies where we need to defeat 4 dark lords that plagues the town. A vampire, a zombie lord, a mummy, and a werewolf. In this game our characters certainly have different strengths for one another that they need to use to take out one lord each. In the end, these 3 games are basically adventure games with very minor RPG elements such as monster fighting. While the characters in these games have some minor differences from one character to another, and you can beef them up with different weapons, there are no stats or level to build throughout the game. Despite that, I enjoyed all 3 games, and they can be finished causally very quickly. If you enjoyed retro adventure games, you can check them out, but do not expect them to have anything to do with Dungeon Master. The second group of games that Yannick made for Ubisoft was Le Maître d'Armée. Le Maître d'Armée.
Le Maître des Âmes.
Le Maître des Âmes. That was released in 1987 with a sci-fi follow-up
Le Maître Absolu
from 1989. These were also made in French and first made for the Amstrad CPC. And again, the first game appeared on RPG Codex list of Realtime Blobbers, which is why I tried them out. Now there are those versions of the games, but they are in CDA mode. There is, however, a remake that gives you Amstrad CPC colors. However, I deliberately wanted to try the original Amstrad CPC version instead, and learned the hard way that running Amstrad CPC games in libretto core in RetroArch was not working well for these kinds of games. Eventually I had more success with Caprice 64, but as soon as I managed to get them to run and got into the game, I realized that these games are not real-time, and because of that they are disqualified from my list. I was initially curious to beat these games anyway, but as I said, they are in French and quite text-heavy for 80s games. Due to the in-game font, my translation tools did not work well. The RPG systems itself is also quite archaic and seems much rooted in dice rolls more than strategy. With all those barriers, I decided to not continue any further. If you are interested, I recommend checking out CRPD Addict's articles of the games, as they are quite detailed. Now it's time to get into the first actual attempts to clone Dungeon Master, and to do so we are going to head over to the United Kingdom for a while. The British publisher for Dungeon Master was Mirrorsoft, who were one of the many companies led by the news mogul Robert Maxwell. And I do recommend watching Kim Justice's documentary on Mirrorsoft, as it's a fascinating story on its own, but I am going to concentrate on the games here. For the history of the genre, I feel it's important to explain what is happening behind the scenes to grasp the complicated relationship between Dungeon Master, Bloodwych, Hexx, Captive and Knightmare. We will begin talking about Anthony Taglione and Peter Owen James. As the story goes, Peter James had already been interested in creating a first-person two-player chess for the Commodore 64. During this time, John Cook from Mirrorsoft gave them a copy of Dungeon Master and asked them if they were interested in making a Commodore 64 version of the game. The plan eventually faded, and they ended up making their own game instead. Bloodwych was released in 1989, the same year as Chaos Strikes Back, and the publisher was Imageworks, the publishing label for Mirrorsoft. In the United States, the publishing was actually handled by Konami. When I researched the game, the Amiga version seems to be superior, and it supports importing character over to the expansion. And I actually played a WHDLoad copy that had both the base game and the expansion disc in one package. The DOS version of the game was broken and never fixed due to the collapse of Mirrorsoft after Robert Maxwell was murdered in 1991. That also means that the Steam version is broken. The game has most of the story written in the manual, an evil wizard have summoned an exceptionally bad monstrosity, and now the two of them reside in the tower. You must ascend to get rid of them both. While the game have some dialogue with NPCs and signs in-game that you can read, the game does not really offer an in-game story, and I never felt that the story in the manual made much sense for that matter. The class system was very difficult to evaluate for a beginner. There are 4 classes and 4 medical allegiances, where even if they should all work in theory, they are terribly balanced, with some spell schools ended up necessary to beat the game and others useless, leading to a clear difference in power. The multi-class aspect of the adventure doesn't make you more versatile, just weak, and it takes time and effort to make the assassin effective without getting particularly stronger than having a warrior all along. After doing some research, I learned that a lot of people were recommending Sir Edward Lion, Ulrich Sternaxe, Murloc Darkenheart, and Sothan Runecaster. In hindsight, I am happy I started the game with the recommended overpowered characters. After I finished the remake Hexx, I actually went back to Bloodwych to test if my party from that game would work in Bloodwych too. I had a strategy that was perfectly fine on paper, but the strategy simply didn't work thanks to the spells being ineffective and the interface being so clunky. When you begin the game, you actually just start out with 1 character and you have to recruit 3 more. And 1 character is supposedly always going to be your active leader with the rest tagging along. This is how Bloodwych explains the blobber phenomenon, where you have just 1 vision with 4 characters. The game have some unique features for the time, such as the ability to talk to any character you meet, including monsters, and you're even able to recruit monsters in the expansion. I don't see the point with that though. It also have an economy system with coins and stores, but the store never had anything I needed. Another thing I noted is that this might be the first-person game where you can actually summon friendly entities that fight for you but move independently from you with their own AI. This is a thing I will get back to way later in the 2000s. You could also split up your party and leave heroes behind, only to call them back later. Ultimately, however, none of these unique features felt like they actually mattered or made the game any better or memorable to me. Unlike Dungeon Master, the user controls were far from intuitive. In fact, learning how to play it felt like learning a new language due to archaic controls. But once I learned how to control the game, I ended up in a gameplay loop that boiled down to find the keys, and I found the game okay enough to actually finish it, although I was mostly driven by the sunk cost fallacy, meaning I invested so much effort into the game already to give up, and the game's popularity made me feel bad about ditching it, even if I really wanted to. At least I could tell that the designers made an effort to create the dungeon maps, and the game managed to make the 4 different towers you ascend from different from another, even if you just walk through the same repetitive grey walls. I did run into a game-stopping bug near the end of the game, where I was forced to hex edit my save game to be able to finish it. At one point, the grey button in my save appeared like an unusable tangem socket that couldn't be clicked with any gems or crystals, and TrueView had no effect. But I was happy I was able to hex edit myself into the next room to be able to continue. Finally, I want to mention that the main gimmick for Bloodwych was multiplayer, where 2 players can play in the same dungeon. Remember, Pete James had an interest in 2-player first-person chess, but I do not have anyone to try that with, and I'm not sure I have the curiosity to try. But I can imagine this was a novel feature back in the 80s, when multiplayer RPGs in home just didn't really exist in the way they do today. So, with all that said, I am sorry to fans of this game, but in my list there are like 30 games I would recommend before Bloodwych, and I can really not recommend the game unless you either have a lot of nostalgia for it, or a specific historical interest in the game. It lacks all the positives that make Dungeon Master worth playing today. The poor character balance make me less interested in experimenting with other party compositions, and the poor user interface, archaic controls and aged graphics ruined the game for me. I do like the map design to a degree with all the towers, but the game would benefit from a proper remake. but I do not feel that the ones we got so far do it for me either. Before we go into the remakes, the game got one expansion called Data Disc Volume 1, where you are meant to import your characters and continue for the first game. Since my WHDLoad copy of Bloodwych had a data disc built in, I could easily import my characters into the expansion. The game continues where Bloodwych ends, with a short text explaining that what you thought was the end was not, and now you have more floors to work yourself through. I had off the data disk for quite a while, and initially I didn't even want to bother until I decided to steal myself through it like an unpaid job. I had to perform the task I promised to do. I lost all my inventory initially, and I had to get new equipment, and soon I got back into the gameplay loop of working myself through 1 to 2 levels per day, trying to find all the keys. It also shares a feature I hated in Bard's Tale, where we have to sacrifice a previously earned spell school to grind up a new one. This gives you the need to keep on grinding even with top level characters, but it's such a cheap way to do it. In the end I reached the conclusion that the data disk simply expands the main game without really adding much else, and I was happy it was over. If you liked the first game, you might find more of the same in the data disk, and if you didn't, the data disk is probably even worse. After Bloodwych, Anthony and Peter created 2 more isometric games in the same universe, and together they have been called the Trazere Trilogy. The first came out in 1992 and was simply called Legend in Europe, while it was renamed to the 4 Crystals of Trazere in the United States. Then the last game came out in 1993 and got the name Worlds of Legend, Son of the Empire. I was curious about these two, but based on CRPG Addict's review, I am not really getting into them anytime soon. After Microsoft went down, the team was invited over to Psygnosis by Mike Simpson, who had been a producer of the Amiga Atari ST version of Bloodwych back in the Microsoft days. And for Psygnosis they made a DOS game based on Bram Stoker's Dracula that used a 3D engine that Taglione had coded. Eventually they also used this 3D engine to remake Bloodwych into a game that was named Hexx, Heresy the Wizard, and it was published in 1994. The game is only available in DOS, so I played it in DOS staging, of course. The story is identical to the first game, but in Hexx it is also presented in-game through image cutscenes. Still, I did not feel very invested into the story. For Hexx, I decided to try my own party, so I went with an all-female one, of course. They were Bloodwych Earthmother, Mistral Merwater, Mad Meg Nightwish, and Karina Karinova. Now, using the Master of Blue Magic seems like shooting myself in the foot, but it turns out that Confuse was overpowered in this game, and I will explain why in a moment. Hexx was made under a rush deadline, and the reason it was a remake of Bloodwych came out of a compromise. They simply reused maps from Bloodwych to save time, and as far as I am concerned, it ended up a straight port to a fault. The strict movement in this classic grid is allowed for certain unique puzzles, but when Hexx tried to straight convert these puzzles into a full 360-degree movement, there are some cases where these puzzles do not make much sense and just end up weird. The classic grid has also created this unique style of fast-paced combat that was very satisfying, where strafing around monsters was a key aspect of winning the game. In Dungeon Master Nexus, the combat is resolved by engaging a monster's movement and attacks to keep out of harm, and strike when you get a good opportunity, which is a design that makes sense in a full 3D environment. But in Hexx, the monsters just swarm you from all directions. They move too fast to handle individually, and you cannot outstrafe them. I could rarely see the difference what kind of monster I was fighting, and the game lacks all the larger ones from Bloodwych as well, such as dragons for example. The spells and strategies that worked in Bloodwych do not work here. Hexx solves combat by making your characters auto-attack. So what you do is that you set up a combination of spells and attack for all your 4 party members that in combination lead to a kind of functional loop. Compare that to how raids work in MMORPGs, with everyone spamming their main skills over and over again, sometimes with a script. And suddenly, spells that didn't work in Bloodwych became superior in Hexx. I won most of the fights in the game by just spamming Confusion over and over again. This spell ended up kind of useless in Bloodwych since it ended up too encumbersome to cast manually with too short duration. But in Hexx it's autocasted and just bounce foes off you, which prevents them from attacking you in return. And it is also a cheap spell to cast, so it ended up a great defense without ever really draining my mana. I found it very satisfying to find out about this strategy actually. In the same vein, bothering about special equipment was a moot point when combat was so fast. And yet again I felt that shopping was pointless, because simply pouring all of my money into precision permanent potions that either extend my health or my mana pool gave me a straightforward no-brainer advantage, while any equipment or spell that needed special attention or charges or any form of manual activation weren't worth the effort. Finally, I want to mention that I did run into a persistent bug in which a stack of keys are reset to 1 whenever taking a staircase, unless you first pick up the stack and hold it with your mouse cursor each time you move up or down a staircase. If I didn't do that, my 99 keys would add up 1, which is nice. In the end, I cannot recommend Hexx Heresy Wizard. It isn't a particularly good game on its own. It's actually among the weaker of the attempts to move into full 3D, and it doesn't serve as a good remake or remaster of Bloodwych either. In fact, if you're playing games strictly for the historical value, I would say that Bloodwych is probably a better value for you. Finally, I want to mention that the game got a conversion made in Legend of Grimrock, where it's called the Rize of Zendik. I haven't played it and I do not intend to. My rule for mods or custom maps is that I'm not fond of mod conversions that rely on monsters from the game engine that they use, and Rize of Zendik relies heavily on Legend of Grimrock monsters. So I cannot dislodge my brain from feeling that I am playing Legend of Grimrock, not Bloodwych. Before I end talking about Bloodwych, I wish to mention that Anthony Taglione sadly passed away in 2023 while I was working on this project. His last Mayday games were in the Total War franchise around 2002. From what I can see, Peter Owen Yates made Android games up to 2019, but I don't know what happened after that. Captive was created by Anthony Crowther for his brother Chris, who was also a big fan of Dungeon Master. Crowther was a Commodore guy who went for the Commodore 64 to the Amiga and did all of Captive on his own. The code, the graphics and the sound. Crowther had worked on Mirrorsoft alongside Anthony Taglione, who together with Peter James did a DOS port of the game. And Peter actually made artwork for an introduction that was in the Amiga version. But Faster Than Light had contacted Mirrorsoft and asked them to not publish games similar to Dungeon Master. For that reason, Captive became published by Mindscape. And after Captive, Crowther went on to make several other games in the genre, including Captive 2 Liberation and Knightmare. He also made Realms of the Haunting, which is a horror first-person shooter. I was tempted to play Captive on the Atari ST first, since they had additional help utilities for that system. And I considered the DOS version due to the introduction of the game that briefly explains the story that the other versions do not have. Ultimately, however, I ended up playing the original Amiga version that it seems to have the best audio as well. In Captive you play a prisoner called Trill, who spent a 250-year-long sentence in hibernation for a crime he did not commit. He is awakened 2 years early for some reason. And in his containment room he finds a suitcase that can remote control 4 droids elsewhere in the galaxy. These 4 droids will be your force that you travel around with, landing on separate planets, go into bases and find out how to get to the next one, until you eventually find and release the prisoner. That would be yourself. Apparently there are some sheets you can pull by naming your droids with certain names, but I ended up naming them like they are called in Captive 2 Liberation. And since we play as Trill and see what the active droid sees on our monitor, it explains the blobber mechanics. This is even taken one step further here, as some of your robots can have their vision impaired, so you have to use another to actually see what happens in front of you. After the introduction, you see nothing else of the story for the remainder of the game. The game does not have any narration or story elements or sub-bosses or anything like that. The main feature of Captive is that instead of having handcrafted maps tweaked to perfection like Dungeon Master, it relied on this map engine that could procedurally generate a game by combining a given set of assets into maps that could be beaten. The maps on the disc were already pre-generated, which means that Captive will be the same for each playthrough, but the game comes with thousands of levels. One thing of note when speaking about the history of the genre is that it might have been the first real-time blobber that featured outer areas, even if those outer areas were better made in Anthony Crowder's next game, which will be Knightmare. But for me, the story and narrative represent the core of my interest to play a game, and procedurally generated games for me are as exciting as browsing through a stack of printer paper, one sheet at a time. For the same reason I haven't been particularly attracted to other games that tried the same gimmick, whether it was Diablo or Dagfall. If you had an Amiga or Atari ST around 1990 though, you probably got exposed to Captive in one way or another. But I haven't found evidence that Captive inspired other games of the genre internationally. While the game was undeniably inspired by Dungeon Master, it came out before I Beholder and the big boom in the genre. So a contemporary perspective might have seen the game more like a futuristic shooter, as it's the only true real-time blobber with leveled firearms. The gameplay itself is really solid though, where you control 4 robots you can find and buy upgrades for, including replacing their body parts and equipping them with devices to give them special abilities. Given I decided to finish all games in the genre, Captive included, I resorted to getting help. I was mirroring strategies from the YouTuber Sesamissa 1806 and used a map reader to open and see the maps. I forced myself to finish the first mission, which consists of 11 bases. The last one you get to visit is really hard, but I pushed myself through. And in the very end I got to choose if I wanted to end the game or go for another round, and I felt no interest in playing anymore. For what I've seen, you need to get to the end of the second mission to see all the weapons you can get in the game, but in my book the items to get in-game are meant to get you to the end of the story, not the other way around. I can appreciate Captive having a lot of strength as a game for those who are into it, and I can tell that Captive have many fans of what the game has to offer, but I am not really that audience. It is unfortunate because for me it feels that Captive has a great and solid engine, and the use of modern weapons worked well, but without any actual interactive story for me to play in it, I can't really keep up my interest. The sequel to Captive, Captive 2 Liberation, was published in 1993 and credit to Byte Engineers, who was Anthony Crowther along with Ross Goodley, who also had a long history in the industry. Unfortunately, he too passed away in 2023 while I was working on this project. I did the first thorough long play here for this game on YouTube, for which I went deep into game's mechanics and also published full maps for the first mission. Later on, a guy called Who Was Phone 404 wrote a guide based on my walkthrough, so I ended up updating my long play and credited him in return. I used the CD32 version 2.02-2.00C. I heard rumors that the other versions are plagued with game-stopping bugs. I used WinUAE, set up with WASD controls, and I actually made an all-attack button as well, capable of firing with all 4 characters at the same time. Now, consider this. It is the year 1993, and you are a big Amiga fan. But then Doom just exploded in the market and threatened to kill your favorite platform due to a graphical mode called Chunky Pixels that the Amiga architecture just can't handle. But rumors has it that this hardware limitation has been fixed in the most recent project by Commodore in the form of CD32. And a cyberpunk role-playing game called Liberation for the CD32 is supposed to have chunky pixels. Then Commodore filed for bankruptcy and the CD32 flopped. Then I got my hands on Amiga floppy version of the game because it turns out the game didn't actually use that CD32 hardware. And the game sucked. And that's how Liberation became one of the most disappointing gaming experiences. But the intro of the game is perhaps the best on Amiga platform at least. In Liberation, Trill is a free man who learns about a cover-up where the security droids run amok, but the victims are getting blamed for it. So he sends out his droids again to see if he can liberate the prisoners. The game is set in an open-world cyberpunk city where you get to conduct a detective investigation to track down the prisoners by talking to people and breaking into places. The game also seems to offer an advanced way to beef up your droids by combining custom chips to maximize the skill and power. I dug deep into it, but reached the conclusion that Liberation is a half-baked game engine that lacks an actual game in it. The engine may create thousands of separate missions where you can do the same things over and over again, but you can acquire the best stuff in the first mission and have little reason to really do so. A mission can be finished in less than 10 minutes if you know the steps you need to take for an investigation, and the way missions are progressed, you do not really need upgraded robots, because the mission ends in a small confined place where you are unlikely to encounter any real combat challenge. And once you finish the first mission, you have seen everything that the game has to offer. So despite my time and research, how good it sounds in theory and my documentation on YouTube, I cannot recommend Liberation to anyone. I simply don't think it should have been published in the condition that it was. There is an action and modern Windows game called Shadows of Doubt, however, that does a better job to present a procedure-generated detective game for those who are interested. Knightmare was made in 1991 as the second RPG made by Anthony Crowther after Captive, but unlike Captive, the maps in Knightmare were handcrafted rather than procedurally generated, and it was also published by Mindscape. I beat the game for the first time in 2022, and it felt like a life achievement for reasons I will tell you about soon. The game is based on a British TV show, and we play as 4 modern kids who are sent out in a fantasy quest to find 4 special relics and learn about Lord Fear that we need to take down in order to beat the game. Picking a team for the game was pretty hard for me since it features some unusual classes and races. A man and a woman are seen as a different species, and it's not obvious what the difference is between an adventurer, gladiator and samurai, or a wizard or a genie. I ended up making an all-female party with a samurai, gladiator, wizard and priest. I was actually gifted the game when I was very young, but based on rumors that the shop owner heard, we were offered up front a chance to return the game if it was deemed too hard for us. Which it was. Knightmare is definitely the hardest game in the entire genre, the hardest RPG I ever played, and one of the most brutal games that I finished in my life. Thanks to maps, following strategies by Sesamista 1806, using save states and pure willpower, I got to the end, and it felt like a life achievement. It is the game next to Chaos Strikes Back I would suggest for those who are looking for the ultimate challenge more than anything else, but Knightmare is harder than even Chaos Strikes Back. The first challenge comes from the fact that it is hard to understand how to optimize your characters, and the manner being badly written and outdated to what is actually in the game. You grind the characters up using the weapons associated with the class, but which weapons that would be is not documented at all. The game uses some modern day equipment such as chainsaw, kitchen knife or baseball, and you don't really know that chainsaws are used by samurais and kitchen knives probably used by gladiators. And if you do get that right, fights can still take a mind-numbing amount of time to win. Many times I outright hate myself and my stupid idea to force myself to finish these games, but in hindsight I am happy I persisted. If I have anything good to say about Knightmare is that it works. The graphics are actually really good, and it have one of the largest outdoor sections that have been done in a real-time blobber up to that point. I did enjoy the game significantly more than Bloodwych and Captive, and I feel the game has at least an immersive and memorable atmosphere. But the only people I would recommend Knightmare to are the people who seek the ultimate challenge after playing the other recommended games of the genre. Everyone else should look elsewhere for fun, or don't blame me for your sanity loss. Now, before we get into the big leap that happened in 1991, I wish to cover two more British games that are more curious than they are influential. And they will probably not be included in a list of Dungeon Master clones unless you get very liberal with what a real-time blobber can be. Mayday Squad Heroes is an anti-terrorist game made by Subway Software back in 1989. Making it contemporary to Chaos Strikes Back and Bloodwych. It might also have been inspired by the game Hostage that came out 1 year earlier. I'm not familiar with the company more that they made Circus games, which I did play the Commodore 64 and remember it was terrible. But judging from the library, they seem to have a knack of games that broke conventions, but never made a hit. They were the ones who made the game adaptation of Beverly Hills Cop though. The game looked rather different between the different platforms it was made for, but I ended up playing the Amiga version since it seems to be the best one. The game is actually inspired by the real attack on the London Iranian embassy siege in 1980, and it uses artwork inspired by that location. You play as an anti-terrorist group who need to get into an embassy to neutralize the terrorists before they blow up a bomb, and also hopefully rescue the president's kidnapped daughter while at it. When the game begins, you must pick a character for your captain, who is your main fighter, and you need a communications expert who deals with comms, computers, lockpicking, searching, etc. And finally a demolitions expert who handled explosives and grenades. And you have 3 options to select for each, with slight differences. Quite predictably, perhaps now, I decided to go with an all-female party, which means Vanessa Gold, Sigrid Sanders and Didi Gilbert. It is a stretch to say Mayday Squad Heroes is a Dungeon Master clone, but it serves to show what kind of games I ended up with while keeping true to my real-time blobber definitions. The game is not a role-playing game, so that alone could disqualify the game, but the game is so short I managed to finish it on the first day I found out it existed. Once you pick your characters and set your difficulty, you're sent off into the embassy. You move through the embassy just like a grid-based dungeon crawler. That's why it's on this list. But when you enter a room, you end up in a fixed perspective and real-time combat. That's why it's on this list. There are no stats you can change and nothing you can loot or equip to make your characters better, beyond ammunition. Ultimately, the game plays out like a procedurally generated interactive story, where each new game is a short mission where you need to carry out a few specific tasks to get the best ending. And once you've seen all the content, I cannot see any more replay value to it. I cannot recommend Mayday Squad Heroes to people who look for Dungeon Master clones, but it is one of the more amusing genre-defying games that just happens to fit the real-time blobber definition. At least if you stand the distance and squint your eyes. If you are curious about anti-terrorist games like Hostage or Alcatraz, or even SWAT, Rainbow Six, Zero Hour or Ready or Not, then this might be an amusing game to at least try, given it's so short. Although I'll say that hybrid guns probably scratch that itch in a better way. Federation Quest 1, B.S.S. James Seymour, was also known as Space Wrecked on DOS. The game was made by Celestial Software in 1990, who were also famous for making Utopia and K240. It was also published by the big UK publisher Gremlin Interactive. I decided to play through the Amiga version. Sadly, the game does not have keyboard support, so WHD controls was not possible in this one. I actually tested the Atari SD version and the DOS version as well, just to see if they have keyboard support, but it's the same problem. In the game you end up in a fleet of spaceships after they got invaded by aliens, and the crew got crazy. You need to repair each of them, where each ship is one mission. There is no more story presented after that until you beat the first mission. There you will learn that the game will just loop for 19 more missions. It is a stretch to call the game a real-time blobber, but at least I played through the first mission before I stopped. Here's the thing. The game's combat takes place in real time, but you cannot move during the fights except for straight backwards. As you get attacked, you get to shoot the opponent with a wobbly aim cursor that moves around because the stress your character is feeling. But the game is more a single character game than a party-based game, and your character has no stats you can beef up beyond your gender and equipment. The reason I include it on this list is that you actually get robots who can join you but not assist you in fighting. Instead they grant you additional abilities, and they can be programmed to execute certain operations such as running away to fetch things or act as guard droids and defeat aliens on the way. And here's the kicker. While the robots are controlled by you, they disappear from the game world, presumably moving along with you like a blob. During the game, the ship's functions break down at a faster and faster rate. The goal is to repair it as much as you can before escaping to the next ship. Most of the missions end up running around to try to quickly repair the ship, which is done by filling up flask with an orange juice and pouring it into another place on the ship. And once everything is working well enough, you can escape to the next one. I think I might have enjoyed the game more when I was younger, but today I feel the game is outdated and I miss a better story. I also miss better keyboard controls. There is another Amiga game called Xenomorph, which is also a grid-based single-character game as well, that was better in my experience, and I did finish that on my channel. But that game was also not a role-playing game. There is also a modern game I'd like to mention here called Void Busters that I feel better captures what this game tried to offer and what it could have been. The sales numbers of Bloodwych or Captive did not even touch the same sales numbers as Dungeon Master did, and from what I have been able to gather, none of them really reached a wide audience on the international market by comparison. But then in 1991 came Eye Beholder from Western Studios, published by SSI. Even if Eye Beholder was very much a clone of Dungeon Master, it probably was the game that really blew up this genre. When we look at the sales numbers, Dungeon Master had sold about 40,000 copies the first year, and about 60,000 in 1990. Eye Beholder though sold 150,000 copies within the first year, and it's estimated the trilogy combined had sold over 350,000 copies in 1996. There were many reasons to its popularity. First, of course, there is a much larger market now because we are in 1991 instead of 1987. It was based on the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons franchise just around the release of the second edition of the core rulebooks. It was published with the SSI label that already had a lot of success and recognition thanks to the Goldboss series. It also had richer, more colorful graphics, including a 256 color version directly made for MS-DOS. And it was ported to the main consoles at the time, and of course it got stellar reviews. Up to this point in gaming history, if you looked for an interactive story, you would probably go for an adventure game first, with both Sierra and LucasArts pumping out new games every year. But Eye Beholder was the first real-time blobber that actually focused on delivering an actual story, and it is an important stepping stone in the evolution of Dungeons & Dragons games that continue to evolve its storytelling throughout Ravenloft, Dark Sun and Baldur's Gate. This game is set in the Forgotten Realm setting, where you are recruited by the leaders of Waterdeep City to investigate a brewing plot within the city underground, starting with the sewers. Like other games of the genre, the game begins its story in the manual, and then boosts that even further with a full-color intro animation. Then, while you are playing the game uses several narrative devices to continue to tell the story, building up a twisty narrative with multiple factions double-crossing each other, and a couple of mysteries where you as a player have to make your own theories about the truth. Here are a couple of those narrative devices. In Übermacht, you need to find and read documents and notes, explaining more what's going on. This was similar to datapads that became a standard in especially immersive sims later on. Übermacht also had one of the first examples of character-driven flavor text, in which your characters would provide causal commentary about what they thought, saw and felt in the game world and their environment. This was not essential to the game and underused in the first game, but it added to the feeling when one of your characters mentioned there is a section of the sewer that is smelly or that they're creeped out by the area they are in. We take this kind of commentary for granted today, especially in story-driven games, but I think this is the era where it became a thing. Your characters would also encounter, talk to be able to recruit custom companions to the party, which became a staple of RPGs over time. This interaction with non-player characters used a branching dialogue system with clickable choices, of a kind that had just been introduced in adventure games and became a staple later on. Granted, several of these features were probably used in other RPGs prior to Übermacht, but for me personally, the Übermacht series were the game that got me hooked into RPGs after being an adventure game geek up to that point. Übermacht also improved the blob mechanics. The amount of characters you get at your disposal go from Dungeon Masters 4 up to 6 in Übermacht, and if you're used to the Dungeons & Dragons rule set, that doesn't make it too complicated, as long as you stick with spellcasters in your rear rows. In Dungeon Master, the characters were shown in the top of the screen, but in Übermacht the portraits are also the party formation. This means that the top two portraits are your front row fighters, and your formation can easily be changed by just moving your characters around without thinking about colors, like in Dungeon Master. It became easy to use weapons since Übermacht ditched the different attacks used in Dungeon Master. It was also possible to make your characters dual wield and visually see which weapons were compatible for this setup. Using armor also became simpler since you had access to your armor class value, at least if you know that lower scores are better in earlier Dungeons & Dragons. You also got simplified spellcasting compared to Dungeon Master by ditching the rune system and the flasks to favor Dungeons & Dragons spellcasting. Here your spells are loaded ahead of time and can be fired with the help of your spellbooks or clerical symbols. Buffs were easy to use since the time is very generous and sometimes extended, making them last through entire levels, and you could keep track of the status by how they framed the portrait of the affected character. There were also more varieties of area spells, including cone attacks or damage spells that could hit 3x3 tiles. Especially in the second game, I always felt that the spells became a staple in my strategy. Now let me go into the actual games and how they are to play today. I have covered the series in depth in my master long play of the trilogy on my channel, and I think it's the most in-depth analysis you will find of the series online. I first finished the games on Amiga, but nowadays I always default to the DOS version instead, due to the superior graphics and especially the ability to import my party into the third game of the trilogy. Even though the DOS version is my preferred version, the Amiga version has an animated ending that wasn't in the DOS version, which is a key oversight, as the DOS version came with an unsatisfying end. But it is possible to watch the Amiga ending online if you finish the DOS version. I also like to mention that the Sega CD version and the Game Boy Advance version are unique in their own way. The former works particularly well in Scam VM, where you can play it with mouse control. The CD version contains custom artwork, voice acting and music, but in my opinion none of those added features were well made, making me prefer the game without them. The voice acting is poor, the artwork silly and the music unfitting for the game. The GBA version is like a whole different game. It is based on the 3rd edition rule set with an isometric turn-based combat. Unfortunately, the execution of the game sucked quite badly, so the DOS version it is for me. Well, if you're watching this video you're already curious about old games, otherwise I would always recommend someone to go to play Legend of Grimrock first to check out the genre. But as for retro games, I think it's valid to put Eye of Beholder at the top of my list to try first, before even Dungeon Master, despite its age. Eye of Beholder can be picked up by a complete beginner, since its interface was ahead of the time and very easy to get into. And if you are familiar with the Dungeons & Dragons rule set, or familiar with the fantasy RPGs in general, you will be able to fill in the rest, with the help of the manual that covers most of the basic rule systems that will be relevant to you, such as weapon damage, armor rating and spells. The game is actually the easy side, so if you have the basic idea of how to form a party, it will probably get you to the end of the game, and it allows for some replayability to try new compositions. If I am to give it some criticism, it is that many of the class and race options featured in the manual were never actually programmed into the game, and items such as boots, helmets or necklaces were never programmed to have any kind of function, making them cosmetic red herrings. The second game of the trilogy, Legend of Darkmoon, came out in 1992, just a year after the first one. It is an even better game than the first one, but telling you to play it first would be like telling you to watch Empire Strikes Back before New Hope. I really see Eye of Beholder as a trilogy that is best played as one long game, importing your characters from one game to another. I decided I want to get into the story of the second game, but it had further improvements in the narrative tools from the first one, such as showing you pictures during encounters and dialogue that also could be animated. And no spoilers, but Legend of Darkmoon also featured one of the better presented villains in the early 90s. Unlike the first game, it is set in a coherent building, the temple, that you access through an outer area in the forest. This broke the previous trope of descending down an abstract big dungeon. The structure of the second game actually reminds me of a first-person Metroidvania game, in that it is a non-linear action adventure where you have to acquire key items and abilities to unlock new areas, constantly returning back to the central hub area that connects to one smaller dungeon and then up its 3 towers. This open design was quite uncommon in 1992, which might help to further explain why Eye of Beholder 2 was so popular at the time. And that leaves us with Eye of Beholder 3, Assault on Mr. Noor, that came out in 1993. I was not able to experience Eye of Beholder 3 until much later, since it was never released on Amiga, and it might be one of the first games I ever played in DOSBox. Since then I have played it numerous times and embraced it as the third chapter that concludes the trilogy. Yet again, I won't get into the story of the third game, but the premise is that we get to explore the mythic area known as Mr. Noor. It came with a novel printed in the game manual written by Ed Greenwood himself, which is the author of Forgotten Realms. And it used most of the narrative tools of the first 2 games. For example, due to the overland traveling, we get several more of these nice area crossing pictures, where the second game only had 1. Now I wanted to take a moment to defend this game from its poor reputation, with the feeling that the reputation this game has is unwarranted to the point of being hyperbole and absurd. If you enjoyed the first 2 games, there is no reason for you to skip the third. That would be like skipping a Return of the Jedi because it was not as well rated as Empire Strikes Back, since Empire Strikes Back was exceptionally good. Legend of Darkmoon was exceptionally good, but the third game is still one of the better games of the era and one of the best games on the entire genre. The first controversy stems from the fact that the third game wasn't made by Westwood anymore, since Westwood was acquired by Virgin Software and went on to produce Lands of Lore instead. Eye of Beholder 3 was made in-house, with the lead programmer none other than John Miles, who programmed games like Ultima 5, System Shock and Wing Commander. Now I have read the decompiled code of the trilogy. Westwood's engine for I Beholder 1 and 2 was a technical marvel in its own right. They relied on very streamlined design that was able to squeeze a lot of complexity into very limited hardware, including Amiga. This even allowed someone to make a Commodore 64 version of the first game later. But SSI did not have access to the original engine and they had to rewrite it from scratch, which is one of the reasons that Amiga was sacrificed in the process. Unfortunately, the unpatched game was very sluggish and slow even on DOS PCs. But this has now been fixed with the ISO32 patch that makes the game as smooth as the first two games in the series. And both the good old games version and the Exodus version are already pre-patched for you. I Beholder 3 also had an audio issue where if your settings and drivers are at right, you will end up with a looping choppy sound that sounds terrible. I know that the audio issue was fixed in the Exodus version, but if you played an unpatched version or used a poor DOS-book configuration or wrong drivers for the audio, you're going to have a bad experience with the game, which is unfortunate. All that said, most people don't realize just how advanced I Beholder 3 was under the surface thanks to the new engine. I Beholder 3 is structured more like later Dungeons & Dragons titles like Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights, where special abilities and spells were implemented as standalone segments in data libraries from where they could be fetched by the game engine. This means that in I Beholder 3, each spell, item, companion or monster can have special unique traits. The items you equip have unique properties and every monster you encounter have unique defenses or attacks. In I Beholder 3, there is a benefit to carry with you a greater variety of weapons to deal with them. I used to have a pair of axes, maces and wooden clubs besides my swords and weapons, such as the Crystal Hammer or Halberd from earlier games, that works much better in the third game, since both can be used by real rogue characters. Sadly though, the ending wasn't used in other similar games except for Dungeon Hack, which I didn't bother about. It's a single character RPG and procedurally generated, which is of no interest of mine. Some people claim the game have a bad map design and bad puzzles. I don't get that criticism. There were many areas and puzzles in I Beholder 3 that I fondly remember as favorites in the trilogy. Not to mention it contains some of the most atmospheric and creepy areas of the series. It's also the first in the series that features an overland map with some scattered places to go into, including an optional side quest area in a mausoleum. The game incorporates an all attack button that was unique to the genre. You can select the whole party and use space to attack with everyone at once, even making your whole team attack with throwing weapons that would return to your hand after. This was both a boon and a curse. It definitely made the game easier and took steps towards making the game feel like a fast first-person shooter. But its simplicity made things like spellcasting feel so slow that you end up rather just spamming physical attacks since it's faster, leading to spellcasters being less useful in the third game and eventually make the game feel repetitive towards the end. Finally, I want to address a common criticism towards I Beholder 3 that I do agree with, but I will skip some of the details for you to avoid spoilers. Overall, the story and villain in the game makes sense of paper, and the game contains as many twists as the first two games did. But I do not feel that the main villain was as well presented as the first two ones were. Once you encounter him for real, it feels like he comes out of nowhere without a build-up, and he doesn't strike me as unique or memorable as a character, and the fight with him in the end is over in just seconds. That aspect leaves the final encounter to be a lacklusting ending of the trilogy, and I feel it could have been so much more. So, to conclude the I Beholder trilogy, my suggestion is to play it after Legend of Grimrock, potentially next to Dungeon Master, and play them as one long game rather than separate games. They are really the top of the genre and very accessible still today. And don't just skip the third game because it's had a bad reputation. It is still in the top 5 out of the 60 or so games that I bring up in this video. We are now at the bulk of this video. The years that follow I Beholder up to 1993 to 1994 will probably peak of the Realtime Blobbers as a genre. The release of Ultima Underworld and Wolfenstein 3D in 1992, followed by Doom in 1993, made the public see these games as outdated, a sentiment that could often be found in reviews from this era. This caused a shift into moving away from grid-based games to games with 360-degree movement. The grid is after 1993 either went through a long development cycle or were released for free or leaked. Many of the later games were also Euro-Yankees after maybe more ambition than quality assurance, and were frequently shafted over by their publishers. To cover these years, I will present you with the grid-based games first up to the end of their era in 1998, and then I will go into the full 360-degree movement games up to the last of them in 2002 that also ended the era in which Realtime Blobbers had mainstream attention. Finally, I will go in what happened with the genre after the year 2000 separately and then up to the rebirth in 2012. We are still in 1991 here after I Beholder was released. And first I am going to have to rule out another game series as a false entry on the RPG Codex list of Realtime Blobbers. Dungeons of Avalon was made in 1991 by Seret or Hakan Akbayik, and there was a sequel called The Islands of Darkness in 1992. From what I gathered, both games seems to have been published on magazine cover discs, and Hakan was involved in many other Amiga games, primarily puzzle games, most noticeably Logical. But I don't know why they appear on a list of Realtime Blobbers at all, because it took me less than a minute to discover they are turn-based. They even use a separate combat interface for fights, just like in Bard's Tale. Once I learned that, I stopped playing and I won't review these games here. While they look fun, I had no time to play them while working on my project. But if you are interested, I recommend checking out CRPG Addict's articles on the games. Rize of Medusa 2, or Return of Medusa, was published in Germany in 1991 as a sequel to Rize of Medusa, which is a strategy game. Overall, I cannot trace its developer or credit the names to any other role-playing game, but from magazine articles I understood that the devs wanted to make a Dungeon Master clone for once. But the game did have music by the legendary musician Joshua Hippel though, which I liked. Now, before I tell you more, I will tell you up front that this game does not fit a strict definition of role-playing games since it doesn't give you any means to upgrade your characters beyond equipment or replenishing your food and health. So if you're here for role-playing games, you can skip this review. But I figured I'd go a bit deeper in this one due to the obscurity of this game. When I began to look into the Return of Medusa, it was difficult to decide what version to play. But I did learn that a C64 version was in development, but it was never released. That said, both the Amiga version that I found and the Atari version were in German language only, and the English DOS version that I found had a much higher version number and was released in 1992. But I couldn't determine if it was a published version or a leaked demo. The game did not play well in either version of the DOSBox, and I ended up switching between DOSBox X and Stadium depending on what I needed to do in the game, otherwise the game kept on crashing. The story continued from the previous game that I hadn't played, but it seemed just like an excuse to reuse assets. According to the introduction, we play as Prince Theron of Mordor, who just defeated Queen Medusa, who tried to take over the land with their armies. But then, plot twist, she teleports into the future to try again, and we go after her. Of course! But after this introduction and this amazing premise, the story simply vanishes all the way up to the ending. There is no character creation in the game except for giving your character a name, and the game begins with Theron only, in the bottom of a 3-level dungeon. When I started out playing the game, there was very little information about it online, and so I realized I would be on my own to research and learn the systems systematically, piece by piece. I did use the little information that was available, including a German incomplete walkthrough. As I said, I didn't know if my English DOS version was real or beatable. For all I knew, this could be a half-finished demo like Black Crypt for DOS for example. Several warning signs told me so. For example, there were no weapons or companions in the starting dungeon, which meant I couldn't fight the robot enemies I encountered. I was worried this meant I had an unfinished version of the game, or the weapons had been removed due to copy protection. I also struggled with keeping the automap on. What I did not even realize until I reloaded the game for taking some video footage for this review was that the cheat mode was enabled by default in the DOS version. Pushing the A key enabled automap immediately, which was a great help, but since I usually remap A into the left strafe key, I had not realized I had enabled it early on. You're supposed to get an automap way later, making the game significantly harder. Even worse, there is a 5-minute timer for when you can save, and the game hurts you for trying to bash into walls to detect illusionary walls. But eventually I found that simply opening the inventory interface paused the game world, so I could wait there 5 minutes to save, which allowed me to save scape myself out of the starting dungeon. When I finally found myself out, I was standing in a city interface and I had with me a chunk of gold that I found on the way too. I later saw comments by the designers that this is actually how the game was intended, but they admitted it was a big mistake to design the game this way, since it scared away most of the playbase, both the people looking for a strategy game and the Dungeon Master fans. Once I left the first city and began to get familiar with the Avalon interface, I realized that the next city was occupied and I couldn't get into it without an army, so my first task would be acquiring the money to get one. Towns offered various activities for that purpose, such as investing in stocks, or you can engage in trade between cities, drill for oil, or dig for valuables. But the most straightforward moneymaker was cheating in a casino. Cheating as in save scamming until I won enough money for the rest of the game. This was so effective that other means ended up superfluous, and I feel that they just kept the other methods from the first game without really balancing the game out. Once I had enough money, I began to learn how to create my army. You recruit humanoids in the city park, and they are based on fantasy species like elves, gnomes and trolls, and you can assign it to different units such as tanks, helicopters and ambulances. You can optimize each unit by your selection of species per unit type. My best units ended up about 60% in power thanks to the species I selected for them. But later I found out the game will simply forget the combinations and reset the power to a default power percentage, so optimized units was a waste of time, further suggesting the game was rushed. I learned also that the units are actually the same as in Rize of Medusa, just with a futuristic renaming of the unit types. Once I learned how to generate, recruit and assign my army, as well as buying my weapons, I managed to invade the first town. I then began to focus on the bunkers. You are meant to find the bunkers with the help of scanners that you can position the towns. This aspect of traveling around an overland world to search for dungeons reminded me of two other games, Abandoned Places and later Mazes of Fate. But the overland map here is taken directly from the first game, Rings of Medusa, with just some minor tweaks to represent the modern sci-fi theme. Again, I made the choice to cheat here and use the coordinates given by the Yerma walkthrough. Even if I was curious enough to play the game, I had already deemed it unworthy of too much effort, since I didn't know if my copy was the full game, and it could slap me with an unbeatable state sooner or later. After I went out into a few more bunkers, I found my first companions and my first weapons, so now I felt more confident that I had a functional game. There were no difference between the companions beyond having different face and different strength according to the manual. And there weren't any interaction or dialogue to get them either. Overall, the dungeons felt very repetitive though. They all look the same way and you only get to fight blue and orange robots. In a preview of the game in the Madison joystick, there was this image of a tank shooting at the player, but this opponent I never saw in the DOS version. And I do not intend to finish the other version just to see if there is a tank used in those. You shoot by clicking opponents in first person, and the more companions with weapons you have, the more damage you seem to be doing. This actually felt a bit like an early first person shooter grider. The winning strategy was guess where the robots were standing, then strafe to appear from behind a wall and take quick shot at an enemy before they have a chance to fire back. The game does not actually handle projectiles. Your attacks immediately connect with the robot to deal damage, and if they die before they fire back, you end up taking no damage yourself. But usually robots find you first and you end up taking a lot of damage. Since your health and food stay the same between bunkers and there is no resting function, you have to replenish your health with the limited medkits that have been placed in the game world. Hit points are thus a finite resource in this world, This means you can actually not allow yourself to be damaged too much since you would run out of health before you finish the game. You also need to find foods and drinks or you will starve. Thanks to using the coordinates to the bunkers from the Übermacht walkthrough, I could quickly explore the Avalon map, get the keys and get a full set of best companions. I also on occasion found rank upgrades in chests that give bonuses according to the manual. You start out as a fighter who doesn't get any bonuses. Then you become a magician who gets additional town information. Mogul is supposed to give you auto map, but as you know I accidentally enabled that by simply pushing the A button due to the cheese being auto-enabled in the DOS version. While the Master Wizard is supposed to give me a shot of double strength, but I don't know what that means exactly. I finally had to buy a ship that allowed me to explore the seas and find additional islands, but there I got stuck because the Übermacht walkthrough had the wrong coordinates for the last bunkers. They pointed at mid-sea, but you can actually not stop your ship on water no matter how hard I tried. I even tried the German Amiga version to see if I could, but no. And at this point I had almost given up when I found a post on a forum by a user known as Cherno that indirectly proved that the coordinates in the walkthrough were wrong and more bunkers could be found in other places. So, with my own notes and maps I made, I was able to deduce where the final bunkers would be as they were all on islands. The scanners detected them one by one. And eventually I found myself in the last dungeon with all 4 characters full of health, food and ammunition, the best possible armor, weapons and all keys I needed, and the mirror, which is also a key item that you need to find. And with all that I managed to get the ending to prove that the game was indeed beatable on the DOS version. So what do I think about the game after beating it? I found the Avalon map to be beautiful and the music was stuck in my head, but that's about sums up the positives I can say about it. It feels they made a strategy game and tried to force dungeon crawling segments into it without really thinking it through or knowing how to make it fun. Neither part contributes to the other and both are weak standalone, so I cannot recommend the game to anyone interested in either a strategy game or a dungeon crawler. We're now moving into 1992, which was the year Wolfenstein 3D and Ultima Underworld were released, which began the eventual downfall of the genre, but you couldn't tell that yet since some of the stronger titles of the genre, including I Beholder 2, was released in this year. This was also the year Electronic Arts published Black Crypt by Raven Software. Raven Software later focused on mostly first-person shooters like Heretic, Hexx, Jedi Knight, as well as later games in the Wolfenstein and Call of Duty franchises. A DOS version was in the works, but it only got a demo. And this means it became the last Amiga exclusive game in the genre that got published by a Mayday publisher. It's a game I had on my Amiga when it was still new, but I did not actually beat it until way later, and it was actually one of the first games I finished on my channel. The background story is that an evil cleric was banished from the world a long time ago by 4 heroes who died in the process. Now that cleric is getting back into this world and you need to find the tomb of heroes, collect their artifacts and banish the cleric again. For a party we are given a fighter, cleric, medic user and druid, and we only get to select the portrait and change the attributes to a degree. Basically each character represents one of the 4 guilds, which is an important part of the story. I ended up giving all my characters maximum strength, since strength is used to carry items. As a single shot game, Black Crypt is one of the most solid games in the genre, and well worth trying if you're into these kind of games. The game is quite long with almost 30 levels. It's also quite hard with enemies that cover many of the more annoying and anxiety-inducing tropes of the genre, such as thieves, invisible enemies, invincible enemies, etc. It was one of the first Realtime Blobbers to feature an underwater level, but it was also one of the first to feature an automap function, which was appreciated. The graphics is quite good for an Amiga game, with a variety of backgrounds and colors and well-drawn monsters, and perhaps the highest number of unique sub-bosses in the entire genre. Weird enough, Black Crypt feels like the most Amiga game in the entire list for me, as its graphics reeks of stuff you only really saw on an Amiga. The pixel artwork is drawn with the Amiga Half-Bright in mind, which was a trick to display 64 colors from a 32 color palette. The way spells are animated and how text scrolls over the screen was very particular to early Amiga demos. and barriers have this rainbow-like gradient pattern that was often found in Amiga games of this era. Fans of the genre should play Black Crypt. It isn't the very top, but it's among the better games of the genre. If you have already played Dungeon Master and Eye Beholder and enjoy those, there should be nothing stopping you from trying Black Crypt too. Another series that started in 1992 was the Ishar Series by Seymour. They were a very productive French developer during the 90s, and the first game of the series had the subtitle Legend of the Fortress. The 2 sequels was Messengers of Doom in 1993 and the 7 Gates of Infinity in 1994. Now I want to tell you this up front before getting into the series. Unlike Bloodwych, Chaos Strikes Back or the Eye Beholder Trilogy, the import function of these games is broken and the stories are not well connected, so I cannot treat this as a connected trilogy. Instead, I will treat the series as separate games, starting with the first one, but when I do my rating in the end, I will rate 1 and 2 in the same spot, and 3 separately. I first finished the series in 2012, but I replayed the games again for this video to refresh my memory. I prefer to use the Amiga AGA 256 color version in WinUAE over DOS for 3 reasons. First, the game have better music. Second, it allows for convenient save states to overcome issues that they do have with the first game. And third, I have a nostalgic attachment to the 256 color version since it brought me hope in my young adult life that the Amiga would keep up with the PC. I hope that was eventually crushed, however. Now, the first game is actually a sequel to a turn-based game called Crystals of Arborea from 1990. The villains of that game had a son who is now threatening the world, and as a traveler you have to find out how to get to the fortress where he resides and defeat him. When we begin Ishar, we are given 1 character for free, and in the first game we get Aramir. In the second and third we get Subaran. But unlike Theron's Quest or Dungeon Master 2, these main characters are optional. In my most recent playthrough, I decided to test if I could kick the main character out and finish the games with a custom party instead. I do enjoy when games allow me to tinker and play around like that. Wanna do an all-evil party, or an all-dwarf party, or a no-human party, go ahead. I did an all-female party as usual. I ended up with Nashir the spy as my fighter, Dorian spamming Burning Hands, and Kyriela as my healer. Word enough, Kyriela begins with healing, while recruited priests cannot use that spell. But the party selection is not perfect. In Ishar, each character has an alignment in which they have a lot of preferences for who they like to work with and not. So your characters may outright block you from recruiting the characters that they do not like, and they can pack up and leave overnight when they're sleeping inns. This was presented as a game feature, but it is another feature I wouldn't mind written out of the game. Nashir kept on leaving me, but I was able to circumvent that by simply not using inns but potions to replenish mana. I also wanted Kaelin as my spellcaster, but she was extremely hard to keep compatible with the rest of the party, so I had to give that up. I got Muriel as the thief instead, mostly to get more inventory space actually. Now, as you might have noted, I also tried to play the game with fewer than 5 characters to see if that was possible, and it worked quite well. And that solved one of the more annoying issues that I have with the Ishar series. Basically, during the plot, you have to recruit temporary party members to progress the plot. If you fire old companions to make room, you won't get them back, and if you recruit new characters after, they are lagging behind in experience. If I was able to re-recruit companions after firing them, that would have really improved this issue. But now when I recruit my party, I do not recruit more than 4 in Ishar and 3 in Ishar 2 and 3. Now, I have seen Ishar 1 called an ancestor to Skyrim, and I feel that's a good description. If you look at the map for Ishar 1, you will note that instead of dungeons, you're dropped into one big continent, dissected into 19 regions. And you have a lot of freedom in how you explore this open world. You can take your time, recruit the characters you want, grind up some gold, go about the things you need to collect to eventually reach the fortress you need to get into. Some parts of the game is optional, but give you an advantage if you do them, and overall the game have a lot of replayability to try out new things. I also believe that Ishar has among the best economies in the tile genre. There are plenty things to buy, there is some money grinding to do for the things to buy, and it's not super clear what the best stuff is for your party, or what to purchase first, and the shops are spread out over the entire landscape as well. But unfortunately Ishar has a lot of issues that dampens my experience with it, and I actually wish there was a mod or fan patch to remove or tweak some of its designs. The first game demands gold to save your game, which kinda stifles the experimentation. At the same time, the first game requires you to buy and eat food constantly to be able to keep on fighting, and you have to run quite a distance to get good prices. This goal issue can be alleviated by exploiting the respawns in one of the cities, but I feel that the game would have been better had it skipped the requirement to pay for saves and been kinder when it comes to food. The save game issue is also my main reason I play the Amiga version, since save states circumvent this. But this also puts you at risk of bricking your save games, since save games at WHDLoad doesn't work well together. My original saves from 2012 are pretty broken for this reason. Another issue I noted is that the game does not allow you to boost your skills. This makes some recruitable characters permanently bad since you can't make them useful. But you can increase your attributes through training, which requires you to hoard up a lot of money. I couldn't see a major difference between having 8 strength and 18 strength, but the levels I got from the experience points I earned while trying to grind up the gold to pay for attribute training ended up with me beefing up more than the attribute training did itself. The Ishar series has many glaring errors, but of a kind that I am willing to overlook and work around. Despite the flaws, it's hard to say that Ishar isn't at least a beautiful and unique experience, and if you have already played and enjoyed Eye of Beholder and Dungeon Master and look for more games like it, Ishar should probably be on your radar. Try to overlook the flaws and do not give up on the first few deaths. Now, I rate the second game in the same spot as the first one, since I encourage playing them in a row, appreciating their respective strengths and weaknesses. Ishar 1 stands out as being one of the few examples of an open-world, free-roaming game in the genre. It is the least linear in the series and have the best overall structure, so I always play at least 1 and 2 together, but I do enjoy the second game more. The second game, Messengers of Doom, came out in 1993. I remember this game as one of the first 2 AGA games that I personally got for my Amiga 1200, which felt like a big deal back then. But I had never played or even seen Ishar 1 up to that point, and I was not able to finish the second game either until much later when I finished all 3 games in a row. The story of the second game is better connected to the first one. Here we play as Subaran, who became the new lord of the land after the events in the first game. He was sent out to defeat the evil wizard known as Shandar. It is possible to import the characters in Ishar, but it doesn't work well. When you import them, you might end up with the wrong gender and other issues. So unlike Eye of Beholder, for example, I decided to play each Ishar separately. I start with Subaran, but I can ditch him if I want to. And I did have fun gathering the same party in the 3 games, pretending to be old friends going out on new quests together. You can even find Aramir hanging out in a tavern. Since not all characters were available in the first island, I had to go with Edelia temporarily to deal with the first island. Eliander the Scholar became a healer and Kaelin was my offensive spellcaster. Then I switched Edelia to Nasher once I got to the second island. And this time I had less issues making Kaelin work with the rest of my party. You may notice they only recruit 3 characters in this game, and it is because of the same issue that the first game have, but here we need to make room for 2 more non-player characters. Now I have to say that I appreciate the second game for the gorgeous graphics and the music, and I believe it's worth studying how it's designed its outdoor areas. But at the same time, I also have to say that the game is a step down when it came to gameplay and replay value. The game is a lot less open than the first one. Instead of having a large landmass to explore, you have a couple of smaller islands to visit one by one. And the progression through those islands to reach the end is much more linear. I was also able to max out my gold in one of the first street corners, and then I can buy the best equipment for all my characters for the rest of the game, which make it feel more like an interactive story than an RPG. Once I reached the end, I didn't feel like starting the game all over to try other character combinations, like it felt with the first game. So, how do I rate Messengers of Doom? Well, I encourage you to play it immediately of the first game in the series, and when I rate the game I put it in the same position as the first game, as if they were a series, even if the stories aren't connected. The second game takes a step down when it comes to openness and RPG progression, but at the same time I must nominate the game to be a contender to the title of the most beautiful game of the entire genre, and it is worth analyzing how they designed the outdoor maps in particular if you are a game designer looking for inspiration. The third game, The Seven Gates of Infinity, came out in 1994. I still play it in WinUAE for consistency, but here's a game that might work better in the DOS version due to slowdowns that I will get back into. It is more of a direct sequel than the second game was, since the third game we also play Subaran again, and I go after the same evil wizard eventually, but this time we need to chase down a dragon too. Like the second game, I managed to ditch Subaran and re-recruit the same characters I used in the second game, with Nashir the Spy as my fighter, Eliander as my healer and Kaelin as my mage. Odd enough, the Scholar was renamed to Clerk in the third game. Again, I only recruit 3 characters to make room for the 2 non-player characters I need to recruit later. The third game relies more on scan graphics than the beautiful pixel art in the first 2, and I found the Amiga version was annoyingly sluggish. Most of the game is played in a large city, but from it you are able to access a couple of subdimensions with the example of a forest, a jungle, or a snowy mountain. These subdimensions can be accessed in different timelines with slight modifications happening depending on what time it is. After the first 2 games, most of these areas feel empty and there is a lot of backtracking. I also felt that it was easy to get lost in some of the areas since they were hard to navigate with thick vegetation blocking your view. Just like the other games, you are forced to recruit certain companions, and I appreciate them even less than the first 2 games. Also, I don't want to spoil what you need to do here, but to beat the game there is one thing you have to do that feels extremely convoluted and the most absurd form of moon logic. I also think that the economy here is broken. In my game I racked in a huge amount of gold, but when I watched people play it in DOS they didn't get near as much gold as I did. So, with all that in mind, I have to break up the series and rate the third game different from the first 2. If you have played the first 2 games, you will probably play the third anyway, and I won't stop you. But to me, this was a letdown, both graphically, gameplay-wise, and story-wise. So I rate the game significantly lower than the others, even going so far as to suggest the game is near broken on Amiga. There was a 4th game in the series in development for the Jaguar CD called Ishar Genesis, but it was discontinued. Instead, ideas got reused in the game Ashkan the Dragon Slayer, but Ashkan is a single-character third-person action game, so I did not bother playing it. Finally, I want to mention that the team behind Ishar also did a single-character role-playing game called Robinson Requiem that was unique for how deadly it was and how many ways you can die in it. Since it's a single character role-playing game, it's not included in this video, but I do recommend checking it out, a long play of it at least, because that game is hilarious. Abandoned Places: A Time for Heroes was made in 1992 by the Hungarian designer Art Game, with a sequel simply known as Abandoned Places 2, made in 1993. The first game got a DOS port and the party cannot be imported to the second game, so both the Amiga and the DOS version seems fine. But I personally played them both on the Amiga, and I did long play versions on them on my YouTube channel, because at the time there were no full long play of the second game. The game begins with a nicely made introduction. The premise is that a group of petrified champions get revived to face an evil individual called Brunok, who threatens the land. Throughout the game, the story is mostly told through dialogue and NPCs you encounter in cities. This theme of reviving former champions really was a common trope in the genre, but in Abandoned Place it just felt a bit too silly. Why not just train up someone new? For party selection, you pick a team of 2 fighters, a priest and a mage, and we get a few options for each class to pick from. I went with the characters that seems to have the highest stats for each particular class. Leanon had the highest health, strength and constitution, and the second highest dexterity of the game. Tohotom had the highest dexterity, second highest strength, third highest constitution and fourth highest health. And Dariel, my priest, had the highest wisdom, and Dianor, my wizard, had the highest intelligence. The most memorable thing in Abandoned Places for me is that you navigate between the dungeons on an overland map in a way that I only seen in Mazes of Fate and Return of Medusa. While traveling on this overland map, you can be thrown into random encounters where you end up in a mini area where you had to defeat the enemies to resume. This was an annoying aspect of the game, however, since sometimes the enemies were hard to find. But you can also acquire different vehicles to travel around in to go faster or safer. On the map are villages or cities that may provide you with resources, shopping and quests. I actually like the classic Amiga artwork that they use the villages and cities, but not that many cities have actual quests and there are no sub-quests. There are, however, several branches in the main storyline that you can select between at the beginning of the game, which offers some replayability. The economy system in the game unfortunately broke down rather quickly since there isn't a lot to buy. The game also have a common issue that it is hard to know what equipment is good since there is no item descriptions anywhere. So to sum up, the villages and cities are cool and a memory add-on to the game, but ended up feeling underused compared to modern open world RPGs. Most of my issues with Abandoned Places though are rooted in the actual dungeon section of the game, which unfortunately end up among the weakest in the genre. But at least they work, and there are games in the genre that are worse than this game. Here are a couple of problems. First, you have a very small window for the first person perspective. Many of the dungeons do not really fit thematically where you're meant to be, like a mountain cave that looks like a library. But the worst thing I encountered was the game features invisible pressure plates that you can barely hear if you have the music on, which means you might wish to turn it off completely, thus removing a good part of the game since you lose the music for gameplay reasons. There are also many levels where you have to interact with buttons, levers or invisible pressure pads that can change the dungeon in the very opposite end of where you are, so you do not even know what happened or what you just did. And that is just poor level design. On the more positive side, I really like the medic system because it does a lot of things. For example, we can cover entire spaces with either fire or water to burn or drown enemies. And these two elements can take each other out, allowing us to clear water with fire or extinguish fire with water. The game also features a push and pull system where we need to move crates around in a soccer ball minigame. It's not the only game I saw this on, but it is a nice addition that felt worked well. Finally, there is an up and down system where we can climb up and down through pit traps using ropes or levitation. The final issue I'd like to mention is that the characters level independently from each other, so you end up having characters lagging behind unless you use them, and that often feels like you are using the weakest characters to bring them up to speed, or your fighters or your spellcaster will end up suffering. So, having said all that, I am sad to say that I cannot overwhelmingly recommend Abandoned Places. If you intend to play through most of the games like this, you should probably place this low on your priority list. For all things that go for it, in the end the game ends up a chore that is not particularly satisfying. If you consider two separate tier lists between games that work in one category and games that are broken in another category, Abandoned Places is among the weaker games within the tier list of games that work, if that makes sense. And then I am being generous overlooking the pressure pad issue here. Abandoned Places got a sequel, named Abandoned Places 2 that came out in 1993. And Art Game actually tried to get Electronic Arts as the publisher for this game, but EA had just released Black Crypt and had enough of the genre. So they went out to a publisher called International Computer Entertainment, who apparently scammed them in the end. An event that we will see happening to several other games in the era and beyond. The game is available on Amiga only, and it turns out the WHDLoad version 2.0 is broken. Basically, you end up in a crash once you visit enough levels of the game, which consistently hit me in the overland section. I have reported the issue, but it haven't been fixed by the release of this video. For that reason, I ended up playing the free disc version that has been released online by the designer. Story-wise, the game takes place 400 years after the first one, but otherwise it's pretty similar, with a new group of champions revived to face a new evil. The story starts out in a nicely made introduction, but in the second game it is also told through a lot of flavor text and encounters, which is a nice boost from the first game. Unlike other series like Bloodwych or Beholder, we cannot import characters from the first game into the sequel. Instead, we need to pick a new party. But we have more freedom in the second game though. For my front row fighters, I took Heliodor and Bevisar, who had the highest hit points. The priest class is replaced by the Necromancer, which is one of the 3 mage classes in the game, and the class best suited to be the party healer. Albathea and Philius seems to be the best in this class, so I picked Albathea. And the second type of mage are the elemental mages, where Aster seems to be the best one. Finally, there is also a Cosmos mage that gives you stronger area spells later in the game, when they aren't needed anymore. And your other mages are strong enough to cast those spells anyway. For Cosmos, I think Nogstar and Discaptor were equal, but I skipped that class entirely. Now, the second game fixes many of the issues with the first game, but also adds its own. The graphics are updated with half-by-64 color graphics, just like in Black Crypt. And the story is better presented with flavor text, actual puzzles and better designed dungeons that feel like authentic places. But there is also a weird lag that causes key presses to not register, and an audio problem where the audio keeps looping in a weird way that is harsh to listen to. Also, the spell system is advanced in its own way, but not necessarily better. It kinda relies on 3 different mana pools where you're able to cast all spells, but you are able to cast some spells more often than others depending on your mage class. Weird enough, you kinda need to grind up crate food early on in the game, since otherwise you cannot get out of the first dungeon without dying. But once you get out of there is a trick to not have to worry about food for the rest of the game that I will tell you soon. Also, the iconic overland map from the first game was removed, replaced with a smaller outer area that has no real value to it. It is kinda similar to Ishar, Dungeon Master 2 or Beholder 3, just less filled with nice content. There are cities, but they all look the same, and the economy system is pointless. The only practical use I found for shops was to buy as many fishes as you can and eat them immediately. Just build up your food value to hundreds or near 1,000 points, then you don't need to bother about eating food for the rest of the game. Unfortunately, Abandoned Places 2 has to end up in the broken section of my list, which is why I cannot recommend it. Had it not been for the audio issues and the movement issue, I would have rated it higher, as it at least on paper could have been a much better game. Those who are willing to overlook these glaring issues may end up even enjoying the game. I kind of did, but there are so many better games of the genre that you should try first if you're interested, and leave this one until you're out of titles and starved. Dungeons & Dragons Wars of the Eternal Sun was created by Westwood Studios for the Sega Mega Drive in 1992, which means it's one of the games in this genre that benefits from blast processing. But there is no overlap in production teams with other Westwood games on this list, except for composers and artists. I ran the game in RetroArch, and I actually didn't mind playing the game with a controller. Initially I thought that the lack of strafe buttons would be a problem, but due to how monsters move, the waltz tactic works just fine. The game is actually set in the Hollow World, which is part of the Mystara campaign setting, which is one of the oldest settings in Dungeons & Dragons. Basically, a community around the castle sinks through the ground and end up in the hollow core of the planet, where the party is sent out to explore the surroundings. Throughout the game, the castle and its community will actually change slowly to correspond to the events, which is a nice touch, and I couldn't help but get intrigued by the setting itself. William SRD made an excellent video about that, and if you haven't seen his videos or his channel, I definitely recommend them. We get to design our own party, although the selection of possible classes is limited compared to Eye Beholder, for example. I picked a fighter, elf, cleric and a medic user. From what I heard, many of the basic systems around attributes, for example, were never programmed into the game. There is a good video explaining this by Artega Omega that shows that half of the attributes, wisdom, intelligence and charisma, weren't properly implemented in the game, and you can ignore them entirely no matter the class. I actually missed this game completely the first time that I dug through titles from my list, because at the first glance, Voyage of Eternal Sun is an isometric game and the fights above ground are actually turn-based. But once you get down into the underground levels, the game goes real-time. The game stood out for me for trying to fix the constant issue with ranged weapons that always plagued the genre. Its solution was to make ammunition endless, but that also proved the issue with doing so. By equipping my whole party with slings and bows, I could kill most enemies from afar, and I didn't have to be too concerned with melee weapons. At the same time, due to the speed and lack of mouse control, using spells became a chore. So my mage ended up mostly used for spamming ranged weapons only too. Once I got to this point in the game though, it felt more like a first-person shooter. This is also chronologically the first game that had in-game music that I ended up enjoying even after finishing the game. Voyage of Eternal Sun goes up on my recommended list. While it's not at the top, it's within the top 20 at least. But this recommendation had more to do with the game being fun than being a solid Dungeon Master clone. The game is very streamlined and bare bones compared to, for example, Eye Beholder 3 or Dungeon Master. And as I said, much of the game isn't even in first person, or real time for that matter. 1993 began the fifth generation of video game consoles, in which a lot of different hardware manufacturers would jump on the craze, with a growing interest for CD-ROM titles and 3D games. During this era, Commodore made their attempt at getting into the market with CD32, and Atari made their attempt with Jaguar, each leading to their downfall, but you couldn't see that just yet. But 1993 was also the year Doom came out, and it became probably the last year in which grid-based dungeon crawlers were accepted as commercially viable. The genre had begun to draw criticism for being outdated, with Ultimate Underworld constantly being brought up and Ultimate Underworld 2 Labyrinth of Worlds released during this year. For many of the ongoing series and companies associated with the genre, it meant an end to what they had been doing so far. At best, you can see some attempts to renew the graphics and gridders through the use of scaling that I will explain shortly. Eye Beholder 3 and Dungeon Hack became the SSI's last attempt on a gridder engine. Abandoned Places 2 was the last attempt by Art Game. Dungeon Master 2 was released in Japan only so far. Liberation Captive 2 was Enter Crowder's last attempt at the genre. And Issue 2 was... well, it was still received well in magazines. Can't say the same about the third game though. I guess we can also mention that the major turn-based games also had the last gridders now, with Wizardry 7 in 1992 and Might and Magic 5 in 1993. Lens of Lore: The Return of Chaos was developed by Westwood Studios in 1993 after they were bought by Virgin Interactive. That kinda means that they made Lens of Lore instead of Eye Beholder 3, but the game received 2 sequels in Guardian of Destiny in 1997 and the third game in 1999. but those were single character only with full 3D movements, so they aren't covered in this video. It was actually a long play by Kikoska playing Lezz that inspired me to start my own channel that you are now watching. I personally finished the game for the first time back in 2010, but decided to replay it in 2025 for this video. The story of the game is that King Richard, who is voiced by Patrick Stewart, gets poisoned by an evil witch, and you are sent out in the world to make an elixir. We get to choose between 4 champions, but one of them, Theron, is seen as the canon hero, so that's who I picked every time. During your journey, we are also able to recruit up to 2 additional members to our party. Now, the presentation of Lands of Lore is a fantastic leap from other games, as it takes full advantage of the CD-ROM capacity, featuring gorgeous pixel artwork, fully voiced characters, and a decent background music as well. The game also came with a pretty powerful automap system, which made it easier to play to a degree. Now, given my fandom of I Behold Him, I think that I must really enjoy this game. But I cannot help being let down for how much they removed from the games I enjoyed otherwise, and after beating it I didn't really feel much need to replay it. I only did so now to refresh my memory for this video. First of all, the game goes from 6 characters in I Beholder down to 3. You gain and lose these companions automatically throughout the game at the same moment in every playthrough, and do not have any control over their fate. They use a similar system to Dungeon Master, where you level up your main skills by performing certain actions over and over again, which leads to all your characters ending up as jack of all trades. Thievery is for the most part useless, but then you have to have a thief grinded up to beat the game. The characters who looked like they could be fighters are actually magic apprentices, who are also good at fighting. One of those characters have 4 arms, which allow him to wield an extra weapon, which also double his damage. In fact, just sticking with a crossbow in his other hand and he will solve your thieving problem too. Then I find the combat overall frustrating. In the game, monsters can move seamlessly between spaces just like in Dungeon Master 2 Skullkeep, but this often resulted with me attacking monsters too soon, leading me to strike into empty spaces that the monster was about to enter but didn't fully enter yet. Some maps have a bit too many enemies that just made them a chore to get through. The game also relies on every hated mechanic of other games, such as poison very early on, or enemies that steal your items or burn them permanently with acid. And you bet you're going to be saving and reloading a lot just to force yourself through. And the White Tower is particularly notorious, even if you know what to do. When I replayed it for the second time, I actually realized that since the game is DOS and I had to play it in DOS box, and I had to reassign my keys into WHD controls, I could also make an all attack button linked to space, which is a bit of a cheat, but it's one that's accepted for my second playthrough. Spellcasting is very simple as well. You basically heal or deal damage. Damage spells have the usual variety of attacking one or multiple enemies with different elemental damage, but healing is probably what you are going to do for the most part, especially in the latter levels where I felt that I was healing non-stop. And finally, there is a single push spell that I felt was too expensive to be a value, and there is no buffing at all. I was not happy about the inventory system either, that I felt was a lot messier than other games. You get this long line in the bottom of the screen for your entire party that you can jump back and forth in, but I do not feel that they made the inventory management easier in any way. Instead, it was just harder to organize. Finally, the game has an economy system where you can buy and sell stuff, but as usual for the genre, this system felt unnecessary. I spent a lot of time selling things, only to realize I could get a huge amount of gold using a statue in a swamp. But after building up a lot of money, I realized that there were barely anything worth buying anyway. I think Lands of Lore is a game where my feelings might not match the general consensus, and I think your enjoyment of the game will depend on how deep you are into the genre. I felt that all the RPG elements are extremely streamlined. All the tinkering with party setups, item optimization and toying around with different spells and buffs that you had in Dungeon Master or Air Beholder is gone here. But if you are at the same time less used to real-time blobbers, but do not mind the harder game, you might enjoy it. And if you enjoy single character role-playing games, you also had 2 sequels with that. For me though, I was not happy about the direction that Lezz Maitres took the genre. It feels like a game that is worth experiencing once for the fun character interactions, beautiful artwork and voice acting, but the game have little replay value and nothing that makes me curious to try different from one playthrough to another. Lezz Maitres became a single character RPG in the 2 sequels, as I said, before the series died out, and Westwood would go on to create the Command & Conquer and Red Alert series before they were shut down in 2003.
Hey, Captain, we gotta get out of here. Okay? Let's start the raid. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Voyage was released in 1993 as the first game made by Neo, who later became Rockstar Vienna. And it got a sequel in 1995 called Die Übermacht. I actually saw Kikoska's playthrough of the game only to realize that the game was a lot simpler than I expected, and then I played the DOS versions for both games. Initially I thought that the CD32 version was better, but it lacks music and you cannot import characters to the second game. And let me tell you up front, if there's anything that makes Voyage stand out for me, then it's the music on the PC version because it's complete dope. One of my favorite soundtracks for the entire genre. The story is almost farcical, with a group of youngsters throwing their savings together to buy a discounted ship called The Whale, which almost gets its own personality over the span of the 2 games. The game has a character creation process that is by first glance quite unique and cool, before you realize not only does it not matter, it is also broken and incredibly easy to exploit. I also noticed that some character portraits cannot be imported into the second game, so before you get too long into the first story, try to import your save game into the second game. Then if your portraits look wrong, you can just remake your first party with other portraits and save your grief later. I finished both games as long plays on my channel. The game tries to blend space trading similar to what you find in games like Elite, Frontier, Privateer, with that of a dungeon crawler like Dungeon Master. But it feels that they make both of those game modes without any level of actual understanding how those genres work and without any level of playtesting. The space trading components is easily maxed out in no time, so within 10 minutes I can have more money than I ever need for the remainder of the game. But what really baffles me the most is the user interface for how to control your party while playing in the dungeon crawler interface. Here's the thing. The user interface feels like it is a pre-alpha mock-up quickly put together to playtest functions, but that was meant to be replaced by an actual interface later. For a blobber to work, being able to have quick, effective access to your entire party and being able to multitask between them is vital. Preferably attacking someone with a weapon or casting a spell should only take a single click or at most a few if you are about to cast a powerful spell. But Voyage do not even have mouse control, instead you use a joystick to control all the menus. So to be able to do something as simple as attacking once, you have to go through a convoluted menu system with your joystick. First you open up and activate the character you are meant to use, then you open up their action menu, then select their attack function, then spam it over and over to attack. In real-time combat there is no time to switch to another character or use any special abilities or spells. You do not even want to move your menu focus away from your main weapon on your main character. You just want to spam your attack and hope you do it fast enough for your characters to still be alive when the enemies are dead. This means that your other characters are pretty much there as pack mules or to be used as healers outside combat. Unless you intend to play the second game, you can forget trying to optimize the rest of your group. Or you can just exploit your whole party. During your character creation process, you need to select your origins. It just as each time you pick stuff for your character, you can revert back to earlier in the process and still keep the scores you got from those picks, ending up with severely overpowered characters immediately. But as far as I am concerned, the game is best enjoyed as an interactive story anyway. I cannot really recommend the game to anyone unless you are prepared. It is a game that I might consider so bad it's good because it was more fun to watch Kikoska's videos or record my own playthrough to show you rather than actually play in the game. If you know what to do in the game, it plays as an interactive story, and as such the game is at least silly and amusing due to the weird and absurd things that happen in the main story, and the game stays memorable for that reason. But after you finish the story once, there is really no reason to get back into it or try anything different. Voyage 2, The Übermacht, had full 3D movement instead of grid-based movement. The DOS version was published with a partial translation you can find on the CD, while the Amiga version got the original translation published on Aminet as a fan translator in 2016. Personally, I optioned for the DOS version in my playthrough. While there is a novelty to have a full 3D first-person game on Amiga, the DOS version have superior graphics. One difference between the two games though is that the DOS version have full motion intro and the Amiga have pixelated still shots, and here I actually prefer the latter. When I began playing Voyage 2, there was just one complete playthrough on YouTube that I could find, and it was in German. I believe that most people are probably scared away from the first game, and unless you know how to extract the English translation, it appears to be German only. What you might discover if you actually get going in it is that the engine in the second game is many way better than the first one, with most of its core functions actually working. The trading is a bit better done, and the special abilities you get with the companions are easy to use and more useful. But the big problem for me in the second game is that the game kinda lacks a world to play in. Again, the trading only takes me an hour before I have more money than I ever need and can concentrate on the story. And from that point it is very short. There are really just about 3 fights in the entire game, where the first 2 are super simple and the last one is impossible unless you pick the right classes and level ups, or you end up cheating or exploding. In the end, I can't recommend Voyage 2 either. While they improved on the actual game ending, the trade is not particularly exciting. The combat challenge and character building are not particularly exciting either, and the story is linear with no means to do anything different from one game to another. Again, it is more probably fun to watch someone else playing it or making a video about the game than it is to actually play it yourself. Hurlements was released by DMI Design in 1993. That's the same studio who made Shadow the Beast, Lemmings, Grand Theft Auto and later Red Dead Redemption as they became Rockstar North. Now let me be upfront and tell you that I did an exception to my rules to include Hurlements in my list reviews, because I know that this is not a real-time blobber. It is a party-based game in real time, and it's questionable to call it a role-play game too. I have all reasons to exclude it, just like I did with Zombi, Hurlements and Lord of Doom. The reason I include it anyway is its sheer popularity, and it's almost always mentioned when speaking about Dungeon Master clones in the early 90s. And it was one of the most advanced games made for the Amiga. So if I skip it, someone will complain. And if someone complains about me breaking my own rules, I will blame the peer pressure. Now the game had both an Amiga and a DOS version, and here I did something unusual for me. You see, the DOS version had better graphics, but the Amiga version had much better audio. So for once I optioned for worse graphics to get a better audio, meaning I optioned to play the Amiga version. There was actually a CD32 version of Hurlements in the works, but it was sadly never released. If there is one game I would love to see a remaster of, it would be getting the Amiga version updated to ADA 256 color graphics using the pixel artwork from the DOS version, just like what happened with I Beholder or Tarkan 2. Now, the game actually came with several booklets as its manual, covering the game world and systems as it was a role-playing game introducing its world to you. To summarize the story, the goal of the game is to bring 4 mercenaries to the planet Graveyard and exterminate a biothreat with the help of blowing up a nuclear reactor. And to do this we need to find and bring with us 4 fusion power core rings, which acts as fusion bombs. In the beginning of the game we need to pick characters from the available mercenaries. Your characters are either robots or humans, where robots have the advantage that they can survive underwater. Your characters are also either tough or agile, where a tough character can sustain more punishment and carry heavier loads, but an agile character can jump from higher elevation with less damage. The main difference between mercenaries is the difference in starting weapons, but you can collect different equipment or trade between them if you want to. I ended up picking Shul as my human fighter and gave her many of the stronger gadgets such as energy shields. Then I got Sim, who is the toughest character in the game and also had the ability to survive underwater thanks to being a robot. Then I used Adele, who is an engineer and one of the most agile characters in the game. And finally I picked Jenny Lee, who is a medic and also one of the most agile characters in the game. Her guns deliver an incredible strong immersion. It is very atmospheric, complete with great audio and weather effects, and the characters make frequent causal commentary of things they experience in the game world, making them feel like self-aware people. And the music is among the top of the genre, even if it isn't played in-game. As I said in the beginning though, Harry Guns is not a blobber. Instead of moving your party like a blob, you have 4 separate windows, one for each character. You can actually control them separately if you have a double joystick parallel port adapter and play the game co-op with 3 friends. If you do not have this adapter, you can play the game using a keyboard with 7 different key sets to control different characters. Or you can of course play the game yourself with only your mouse. To beat the mission you need to get an evacuation point, and while you go through you also want to get a good loot with you, such as good weapons, medkits, devices, etc. Sometimes you need to collect special quest items like the 4 fusion power core rings. There are also plenty of special gadgets that are sometimes necessary to beat missions, like gadgets that create and remove walls, bridges, and even one that form air corridors through water. When you move through missions, you need to keep track of where your characters are standing. You need to keep them positional so you can cover sensitive angles so you're able to do split-second responses when bioengineered monsters attack your party. You also need to carefully equip your characters with the right equipment to make them able to deal with particular challenges with enough ammunition and batteries to pull through. It is this tactical gameplay that makes me feel that Hired Guns is an early ancestor to games like Rainbow Six. The game have about 19 missions, some optional, and you can redo them if you want to. Most of these feels completely unique to each other and I never felt the game got repetitive. In some maps you need to put up a bunch of auto turrets like in the movie Aliens. In some maps you need to move crates around like a game of Sokoban. In some there is a lot of elevators. In some there are really large underwater sections. And in one map you even need to handle a water tide. Even if robots can survive indefinitely underwater without drowning, there is equipment that gets damaged from getting wet. In the end I want to mention that I finished the game using the WHDLoad version, and I want to warn you that I lost my save games more than once while tinkering with it, so take extra precaution. And here are some tips for you to avoid my mistakes. First, save using the hard drive option whenever you finish a mission. 2. Quit WHDLoad before quitting your emulator. This will ensure that your saves are saved on disk. 3. Back up your entire saved games folder rather than individual track files. You might believe that each track file corresponds to one save game, but the track files are actually connected, so you want to keep the whole folder as it is. Finally, you do not need separate saves for every mission, as you can always use Ctrl-A to abort missions and replay earlier ones with your same party and the inventory they currently have. So, what do I think about the game? Well, if you are strict about role-playing games, character building and blobbers being blobbers, then Hired Guns won't fit your needs. But if you appreciate party-based first-person games, then Hurlements is a game I wholeheartedly recommend. It is a shame that there is almost nothing like it out there, because I would gladly play more games like this one. Now the last thing I want to mention is that Hurlements actually had a sequel in the works in full 3D, but it got cancelled and then leaked. It can actually be found online as Hurlements 2, 1999. I tested it, but it is hard to make it work on modern computers, and it doesn't really work as the first game did. Ark and the Walls of Illusion were both made for the Atari ST in 1993 by Motelsoft. This was a German developer who did a lot of games up to 2017, including several Realtime Blobbers. My issue with them, however, was that they often took assets from other games, and for that reason I ended up skipping most of their library. I meant to skip Ark and the Walls of Illusion 2 since they take the Dungeon Walls directly from Dungeon Master. But then CRPG Addict beat the games, and they were a good excuse to play a pair of Atari ST games for the project too. So I ended up finishing them anyway using the Atari ST emulator Steam. The story in both games are almost non-existent and irrelevant all the way up to the end screens. Arkan is in German only, but I could easily translate what little story there was with the help of Google Translate. The little text there is can be found on the walls, and from there we can guess that we are searching for some kind of treasure as a challenge to some unknown master. And according to similar signs in Walls of Illusion, it seems that we are going after an enemy known as Bragos. That's it. No idea who that is. There are no other NPCs or notes or signs or anything that explains who Bragos is supposed to be. In the game we are given 4 characters that look the same and have similar distribution of attributes. The first 2 characters are more suited to be tanks due to higher hit points. In Arkan they were called Mentor and Tarsek, and in Walls of Illusion they were renamed to Malcolm and the Turk. The last 2 characters seems more suitable to be rear row mages due to higher magic points. In Arkan they were called Ratakresh and Ellie, and in Walls of Illusion they were renamed to Harry and Laura. If you look up the amount of maps in my data card, you might think that the games are rather short. But both games are very tricky, and I frequently got stuck while I played them. The 2 games are very similar to each other. Arkan is the more complete experience of the 2 games as it's actually using most of its functions. To beat all the puzzles you also need to find and use most of the spells in the game, for example. Finding and using some of the spells are mandatory to be able to get all the way to the end. But the worst aspect of both games is the combat, which is more tedious than fun. This is one of the games where I ended up taking breaks just to not have to fight anymore. It's not that the fights are hard, they were just very repetitive and took way more time than needed thanks to enemies having more hit points than artificial intelligence or variety. I do not think I know of a game except for Knightmare that required me doing the wall stacking for what felt like minutes. Walls of Illusion actually became the last real-time blobber I finished while working on this video, and the one that nailed my feeling of completion. I had initially given up on the game, and as a last-ditch effort I tried to email Motelsoft for help, since I still had the website up, and I actually got a reply just before I recorded my review. But at that point I had already beaten the game, much thanks to commentary of CRPG Addict's blog. Walls of Illusion felt like a second game tossed together in the same engine as Arkan. The map design is okay and kind of memorable in how it's made, but the item placement is not that well planned out. In the end I didn't have near the same amount of spells that I had in Arkan, and they weren't necessary to beat the game like they were in that game. But I was amused over the crazy number of new helmets I kept on finding. I have never encountered a game that had so many helmet upgrades. In the end I will need to put both games in low priority on my list of games to play. While they have some unique puzzles in them, and I did not suffer from any major bugs, they do rip graphics on Dungeon Master and the combat is pretty painful. There are however games that I finished for this video that are worse. Should you end up playing them, then I will say do not skip on Arcan, even if it's German only. The game is easy to translate just by copy-pasting the screenshots to Google Translate, and it feels better balanced for when you find equipment and how you need to find and use its spells to get past some puzzles. Space Hulk was made in 1993 with a sequel called Vengeance of the Blood Angels released in 1995. I actually tested both the Amiga and the DOS version for the first game and the superior 3DO version in RetroArch for the second one, but I quickly discontinued both games. I am including them here just to tell you that these games might appear as they were real-time blobbers, but the characters move independently from one another, which is more like Zombi, Lords of Doom, and higher guns. Technically the game is real-time with pause thanks to a freeze timer, which is actually not a terrible addition that could have worked well in a game like Hyrule Guns as well. But you are also likely to spend most of your time moving your marines around with an overview interface rather than in first person. And the strongest remaining issue is that they aren't really role-playing games, at best you get a limited choice to select weapons for your marines. Unlike the other games that didn't fit my definition, I did not feel that Space Hulk was worth the time. It isn't a bad game. In fact, I probably would have a lot of fun with it. But there are so many excellent videos that cover these games in depth from other YouTubers that I felt I better focus on the games that have less coverage and fall closer to what this video is supposed to be about. In 1994, the grid-based format was commercially dead. Doom clones were all over the place now, and this was also the year in which Elder Scrolls steps into the scene, even if Arena wouldn't get the same popularity as later Bethesda games would have. I will still go on now reviewing the remaining 8 gridders that came out before the millennium, but keep in mind they came out in the shadow of a growing attention to 3D games that had full 360-degree movement. If a gridder was released in 1994 and beyond, it was always linked to either a very special circumstance or alternative publishers. I will also mention that both the Commodore CD32 and the Atari Jaguar had been failures, which led to Commodore filing for bankruptcy in 1994, putting an end to Amiga. And due to a series of setbacks, Atari's role as a competing game machine manufacturer ended in 1996, which began a new era. In this era, Microsoft-driven PC computers would now reign supreme for computer gaming, where the Apple Macintosh would be seen as the only competitor left on the computer market. Crystal Dragons was made by Magnetic Fields in 1994, and that's the same group who made games like Supercars or Looters. All of the designers who made Crystal Dragons do not overlap with those other games. The game suffered a fate it did not deserve, and I made a full long play on my channel to honor its memory. First, the Amiga basically died the same year as its release, but it also became another case of a gaming developer being cheated by the publisher, so they got no money for the work, which pains me because, spoiler alert, I really liked this game. Crystal Dragon had an unusually long backstory in manual. As the story goes, a particular nasty evil wizard is obsessed by a magic artifact known as the Crystal Dragon, and surprise surprise, you are going after him to stop him. The story is built up further as we descend the dungeon, thanks to notes and signs that you can puzzle together, and we will also meet several sub-bosses with their own build-up on the way down. The game is kind of unique in having just 2 characters in your party. In my very first playthrough I selected a cleric and a mage, which seems to make sense to me. But while I could beat the game like that, it took significantly longer due to how much I missed a good fighter and how underpowered medic is, an aspect I will return to shortly. But if you just push done at the character's creation screen, you get to play the 2 characters who were described in the background story to the game. Bethan and Urath are a bit more powerful than regular characters, but it also felt better to play them after reading about them in the introduction of the story. So in my long play of the game, I play as them. I also like that beyond the regular flavor text, you also get the characters interacting with each other, such as one character looking over the other while they are resting, which added to the immersion for me. The game itself is another Amiga single-shot game like a Black Crypt that is also quite long with its 23 levels. and these levels are unusually packed with unique features, with something new happening every level, so the game never feels repetitive. The game also had more types of food than usual, including food that heals you or hurts you, but the game also has several amusing features in regards to rats. You can eat them, both alive and dead, but it might cause you a disease. You can also kill rats by throwing them into walls, and if you bring an alive rat with you, I think they might end up eating your food from the rest of your inventory. Crystal Dragon also have a distinct way to handle grid combat, where you have to step into the space with the monster you are fighting with. While it takes a moment to get used to, it makes total sense, so I felt the combat was quite satisfying still. One issue I have with Crystal Dragon is the balance though. The beginner game is pretty hard, but during the game you will occasionally get very overpowered items. These items are so strong that whatever classes you picked at the start of the game won't matter much anymore as long as you can use those items. But if you do not find them, you are going to be in trouble. Now, as I mentioned in the introduction, I have to tell about the spellcasting system, as unfortunately is the weakest part of the game for me. First, it is possible to overfill your spellbooks with too many spells, or scribe rare spell scrolls in the wrong character spellbook. It is even possible to destroy your game by scribing a specific dispel scroll that you need to cast from the scroll to beat the level. If you scribe the scroll and overwrite the save file, it's game over. Then when you need to cast a spell, it takes too many clicks for a real-time game. To cast a spell, you first have to select the character who has it in the spellbook. Then you click one of the 4 element menus, and I frequently forgot which element a specific spell belongs to. Then you need to click a spell power, which is just hard to optimize, especially during real-time combat, while the numbers are just a few pixels wide to click. And finally, you cast a spell. All that done, the damage spells are very underpowered to the mana cost, which I learned the hard way in my first playthrough with a dedicated mage. Your fighter will always be more effective than a mage in dealing damage in this game. The game tempts you with promise of special ancient magic, but these spells can seem way too late, long after you need them, and even then they are not particularly good. I like the way the game handles buffs though. When you activate buffs, you can see them active as small boxes, and they include a minimap that works quite well. So a cleric is very useful. There's also a lot of great blunt weapons in the game, so it's like the developers intended for you to have one. Except for my issues with spellcasting, I think Crystal Dragon is among the better game of the genre. If you have finished the essential games already, like Dungeon Master and Eye of Beholder, and now look for more, and especially if you have already played and enjoyed a game like Black Crypt, then Crystal Dragon should be on your priority list. I really enjoyed the game, and it's unfortunate I waited so long to play it myself. The Infernal Tome was published under the name Magic Lemon Software in 1994, and let me tell you immediately that in the over 50 games I finished, I rate the Infernal Tome at the very bottom. Overall, the story involves trying to find a magic artifact called the Infernal Tome before it's found by an evil guy known as B.S.S. The game uses the shareware format where you get 1 episode for free, but you can purchase 2 more episodes for a full game. You create the characters in the beginning of the game, so I went with a Grim Hayden Barbarian, Human Paladin, Dryer Thief, and a Halfling Wizard. I learned quickly that scribing was very important to get all the spells I needed. Damage spells were common in fire and air, buffs and heals were primarily in the water element, and most of the utility spells were in earth. Now the only attempt to longplay the Infernal Tome that I could find on YouTube was by Sinatar, and he gives up after the first chapter due to a major bug. Initially I planned to skip the game too after the first chapter, but I was eventually able to finish all 3. At least the game is short. So, what warrants the game to end up at the very bottom of my list? Well, here comes a summary of why I think the game is so bad. First, the game used stolen assets, namely Eye Beholder artwork. The graphics is reasonable, but it's definitely on an amateur level. The game only have 1 music track that never stops, and it gets very annoying. The story tries to be original, but falls apart quickly if you overthink it, which could have been fine had it not taken itself too seriously. It's also insulting, such as forcing you to forgive someone who betrayed you or else put the game into a point of no return. And like many games like this, you also need to eat food, but food is so scarce that this is a guarantee that you will even find it unless you are very thorough. And for some reason the game lags in the main menu. But the biggest problem is that the game have a game-stopping bug, where enemies no longer take damage from weapons. To force yourself past this problem, you can use a magic wand you need to recharge over and over again, while you focus on training up your mage so you can cast powerful attack spells so you can finish the game. If you lag behind on that experience grinding, the game is over. I do not recommend the Infernal Tome to anyone. I feel it's a scam that this game was sold for money in the condition it was. I think the game is illustrating that the gaming industry wasn't better in the 90s and 80s. They sold clearly unfinished products. They just had a better chance to get away with it. But this isn't just unfinished, it's completely empty of all redeeming qualities. Skullkeep was published by Interplay in 1995, and in my account it became the last real-time grid-based blobber ever published by a larger company. But it was not planned to happen that way. Instead it happened due to a particular long production cycle that was meant to be 9 months, but became 5 years. And I believe they would have pulled the plug sooner had it not been made by the veteran Brian Fargo, who also made games like Bar's Tale and Wasteland. In Skullkeep we play as a man who survives an assault by an evil god when he was a boy. Throughout the game we will encounter plenty of people who also have issues with this god in one way or another, and will assist us in a quest for taking revenge. We start the game as just this boy called Drake, and I initially disqualified Skullkeep because I thought it was a single character game but not a blobber. But it turns out you do get companions to follow you. But even if we call it a blobber, we do not have the same element of control over our companions that we get in other games of the genre. The design direction of the game was eventually focused to the CD-ROM in mind, and it is unique to the genre in using a lot of full motion video, with actors in costumes for monsters. But it's also one of the cases where the gameplay itself seems to have suffered from it. The dungeon was pre-rendered, which is supposed to make them look better, but it was at a cost of strafing, and we generally move a lot more sluggishly. In effect, the task of finding secrets along long walls ends up a chore, since we constantly need to turn, walk, turn to face every wall segment rather than just strafing. I do not think the lack of strafing stopped the walls tactic though, as constantly turning disrupts enemies' attacks anyway, but that just might be my imagination. There is also a lot of other quirks, such as enemies being unable to walk through doorways, a feature that you can exploit if you want an easier game. Even if the game is technically a blobber, it has the fundamentals of a single character role-playing game. What I mean with that is that you only have full control over one character, and you are likely going to need to build him up to be a jack of all trades, balancing how you divide the attention between different melee weapons, ranged weapons, and magic. This suggests you can replay the game again using a different skill setup, but I feel no particular interest in replaying the same game just to try different weapons. In single character games I usually just go with a mage on my first playthrough, and that's it. As I said before, the only thing you can change on your companions though is the use of weaponry and armor. You also have slightly better controls over what companions you will keep in Skullkeep compared to Lands of Lore, but it's still clear that you're supposed to get certain characters for certain parts of the plot, and they will leave you when the story is over. Skullkeep is a weird game for me to review. While I hate to play it and curse it plenty of times, I can also not tell you to avoid it. It is a unicorn. A very unique game is both its awfulness and charm. Some of the scenes such as the singing fairies will probably stick in your memory. It is also packed with unique stuff, more than you will probably have time to grasp in one playthrough. I wouldn't pick up Skullkeep in search of a master clone though. It is probably better to engage with this game as it was its own thing. One more thing, there was a game released for WiiWare called Skullkeep, Bones of the Ancestors, published in 2012. This was not a sequel but a standalone game set in the same universe, but it didn't fit my definition since I haven't really played it, so I cannot tell you if it's good or not. Curse of Dragons stands out on my list as the only Macintosh game in it. It was published in 1995 by a team who called themselves Banshee Software. From what I can tell from the website, they didn't make any other role-playing games, and Curse of Dragons seems to have been their most ambitious title. When I first set out to try the game, I had already an old functional Mac OS set up in Basilisk 2, but I suspect Shapeshifter might have done a better job now. I do not think that Basilisk 2 have the same convenient remapping functions that you have in DOSBook and WinUAE though, so in order to use WSD controls, I built a custom auto-hotkey script that converted the game's movement keys for me. In Curse of Dragons we play a group of adventurers infiltrate an abandoned castle in an attempt to overthrow a curse cast by an evil prince known as Dragor. We get to create a custom party where I defaulted to the traditional setup of a warrior, thief, cleric and wizard. The game also allows you to create an alchemist or scholar, but I do not know if those were more useful than the classes I chosen. Curse of Dragons is not a particularly long game as it consists of just 6 floors, but when I moved through this creepy castle I actually got a pretty strong immersive feeling that I was visiting a real place. With that I mean that the game uses a lot of assets to make sure the place feels believable, and I can tell if I'm walking through a dungeon or a castle floor based on what I see and what I find. The pre-rendered mid-90s graphics actually reminded me of games I just missed when I played it, and had the game just been a first-person adventure game and this exploration had been all the game had to offer, I would actually have enjoyed the game better. But the main problem I got in Curse of Dragons was the combat and the RPG mechanics that are practically useless. When a fight begins I get stuck as there is no movement during combat. Forget about the walls tactic. Forget using any other characters but the main character during the fight. To win a fight I'm forced to rapidly spend an attack button and hope I do more damage to the monster than they do to me. This aspect reminds me of the game Whale's Voyage, but there is even less control over your party here. In fact, I am not sure you actually need characters beyond 4 warriors. I do not have enough time to switch party members around to cast spells, and striking monsters with spells have no practical advantages compared to just hitting it with a melee weapon. The only reason for me to select a different lead character and use a different character for attacking is to grind up the levels so that I get more hit points, so I can sustain more incoming damage and thus survive the few fights with monsters that can hit real characters who are not your current main character. The game features an autosave function I did not understand at first, making me believe that the game had permadeath. I overcame this issue by constantly backupping my save. However, the easy way around this is to simply use the save as function. I actually played the game without a patch too, and I ran into an issue with trying to open the map in some conditions would crash the game. But I was able to circumvent this by simply not using the automat function on that level after I progressed long enough for the bug to occur. Now I personally have a nostalgia for mid-90s Macintoshes, both since my family used to have one and I was able to also emulate Macintosh on my Amiga 1200 to play some games not available to me otherwise. So I had some fun setting the game up, playing it and figuring it out to the end, but I do not think I can recommend the game beyond seeing it as a curiosity. I will not go into it expecting yourself to find a Dungeon Master clone here. Instead it's more like a hybrid interactive story with some bad RPG elements crammed into it. Magic Island, The Secret of the Stones, was made for Amiga and CD32 in 1995, and from what I gathered the superior and fully functional CD32 version is available in Czech only. There was an English and a German version in development, but they were never published. Even the Czech version is really scarce and I couldn't find photos of the actual books, just a scan of the cover. I did get my hands on the CD32 image though, and the game worked just fine in WinUAE. The game is even controlled with a mouse and keyboard. In the game we are simply playing a young man sent out by his father to deliver a letter to his uncle. It is a simple premise, but the story will take some major twists after that I will not spoil here. Apparently in the floppy version you had more choices for how to create a character, but in the CD-to-do version you got fixed attributes based on your class. In fact, the changes you do in the character generation seems to be ignored, and your main characters will always be called Lemon. After some considerations, I made my main character into a mage. And now to the fun part. When I started out my project I was unable to play the game due to the language barrier. It was only thanks to ChatGPT it was made possible. With a registered ChatGPT I was able to copy-paste screenshots one by one. ChatGPT made the image to text conversion, then translated the story for me. ChatGPT could even combine text together from multiple screenshots and give me a formatted output, and provide commentary on what ChatGPT thought was the right option, and even explain some cultural concepts. Thanks for the help, new friend. We start the game in front of a tavern in a snowy forest where we can recruit a full party of 4. You get to talk with each person in the tavern and conduct an interview which can be funny. It is even possible to fail the interview and some cost money to recruit, but when I tested them they all ended up with the same attributes based on their class, just like the main character, even if you pay extra for them. For that reason I saw no reason to go with any other companions other than the 3 characters only, which was the Strider Wolf, the Alchemist Fofo, and the Fighter Hadua. The first half of the initial game takes place outdoors through a forest and swamp, and there's also a cave to explore. During this section of the game I also encountered several side quests that was a nice addition. I think I prefer how Ishar or Beholder 3 designed the outdoor graphics though. The issue here is that they made the outdoor walls transparent, so they end up feeling like invisible walls that I bumped into, which was disorienting. Eventually I reached the last city where I could also use my accumulated money. You can actually sell stuff to a degree, but only if you have the items to sell that perfectly match what the shop owner is already selling. And I felt I got more out of my money than I usually do in economy systems in other games, even if I ended up using most for it for food. Despite that, towards the end of the game I almost ran out of food, even if I felt I had been careful not to. The latter part of the game plays out in a large dungeon. At one point here I encountered what looks like an error message when I tried to get back up a staircase. It's turned out the game wants you to do something down there and prevents you from leaving. But if you didn't bring the right stuff with you down the staircase, you end up trapped in an unwinnable state. And this felt like a huge oversight. But there is another problem here that is worth a mild spoiler. To win the game you need to have a mage and an alchemist leveled up to a degree. But neither class is particularly useful, which risks to be underleveled at this point, unless you purposely try to use them. Alchemist is also a class that rarely works for me in these kinds of games. Whenever I deal with limited ingredients I just end up hoarding instead of cooking. So except for the potions I was forced to make for plot reasons, I ended up barely using my alchemist. The buffing potions I made weren't powerful enough to warrant taking the time to make them, and I prefer to use my mage for healing since mana replenishes itself over time. You also get alchemic concoctions to enhance weapons, but whenever I thought I found a good recipe I found a better weapon soon after. So by the end of the game I had just hoarded a ton of ingredients. Magic Island, the Signal Stones, is in Czech only, and it has some major jank in it, and for those reasons I cannot recommend the game to just anyone. But I cannot deny I really genuinely enjoyed it. The game has an ambitious scope, but at the same time ended up with several half-baked systems. But the stuff that did work was very charming, but only if you can read Czech and follow the story. I will let you decide if you are curious enough to check it out. I wouldn't mind replaying the game for experimentation purposes, and I would be happy if someone made a fan translation for the game. Mordor the Depths of Diana was made in 1995 by David Allen and had a follow-up in 2000 called Demise, Rize of Zendik. In addition there's a demo for Mordor 2 floating around, but that is a game that became Demise, and Demise also has several versions. I tested the first game in DOSBox as it runs in Windows 3.11, and for Demise I tested the updated version Ascension, which is a 2011 expanded version, and finally the Return of the Tavern Keeper from 2025. Ultimately I decided to skip both Mordor and Demise, as it turns out these games are very different from what I have been looking for. While they are in first person and allow you to have a party and combat happens in real time, none of those components are executed in the same fashion as Dungeon Master. They also do not offer much of a direct storyline or plot that is intended to be finished, instead they are more about grinding up your characters. Evil's Doom was made by the Croatian company Olympia Entertainment back in 1996, which was way after the Amiga's prime, but ultimately the game wasn't published due to a game-breaking bug. The makers promised an enhanced update for the game that never happened, and none of the people credited to the game seem to have made anything else since. Then the game slipped to the internet, and many years later someone managed to patch the worst of the bugs. I finished the game soon after the patch came out in 2010, and I even made a full playthrough of the game on my channel. Nowadays the game is simply available with a PC launcher if you dig through the internet for it. In the game we play as Vantan, a Conan-like barbarian. He is summoned by a vision to find a lost legion located on the island of Noia. The story is beautifully presented with high-resolution full-color images, although I have to say that the writing is pretty cringe from time to time. Not to the point it made me give up the game though. It actually takes a while to navigate to our first dungeon. In the beginning of the game we start out on a pier in the town of Titango with our sailor companion Bambula. And in the overland interface we can click on different places to go, where we can talk to people, learn clues and recruit more characters. I went with 2 spellcasters with me. These companions will also interact with NPCs you meet, and while you are in the dungeons you will see your character discuss the situation in flavor text in a way that never gets interruptive or annoying. Now Evil's Doom is a very special unicorn. It pushed the Amiga to the limits, and it might be the most technically impressive Amiga game on my entire list. The overland locations are presented in full color and they seem digitally painted. The music is also very well made and among the better in the entire genre. An odd part about the game, however, is that the dungeons and several pieces of the rest of the artwork was done in grayscale only. My guess is that they started out painting the game for an older Amiga, since the early Amigas could only handle 16 color high resolution. Then when they got their hands on a newer Amiga they only updated some of the artwork. I do not feel this made the game worse, however. Instead it added to a creepy atmosphere. And it could be seen as an aesthetic choice, similar to Perihelion, that was also deliberately made in greys and browns. The pixelated icons for the equipment you find are also beautiful. Some of your weapons also have special effects when you use them, such as causing the screen to shake. You can also examine your equipment to see the stats, which is a nice feature that is seldom missing from many of these games. Knowing what an equipment do helps you optimize the party, which is something I enjoy doing. The game features an economy system that is useful to a degree. You can take your time to sell and buy stuff, and some of the things are best bought by bartering from NPCs that you meet. Ultimately, you also need money you collected to pay for things to progress the story forward. But sellable equipment will burn you down if you hoard it, so what I did was to dump excess items in front of each staircase, so I could drag it with me when I was going up again, as that reduced the time I needed to carry things on me. Among the things you can buy are spells. There is a variety of them, from damage to utility and buffs. The game used some kind of rune system for spellcasting, but it was easy to use in games like Dungeon Master. One of the spells is a magic map, and that is appreciated. And when a buff is activated you see it appear like a little globe next to your character so you know when it's active. Overall, Evil's Doom was a very ambitious game. It was not without flaws, but when compared to the rest of the genre it ends up one of the better games on it. If you already played games like Black Crypt and Crystal Dragon, there shouldn't be anything stopping you from adding Evil's Doom to that list. The last real-time gridder that I could find before the millennium was City Beneath the Surface. It was a free game published online in 1998 by a Finnish group calling themselves Odium Entertainment. The game was made for MS-DOS only, and apparently there was a CD version too, but that seems unobtainable online. The story begins with a strange portal suddenly opening near a kingdom. From this portal come assassins who kill most of the competent heroes of the land. Then it begins to release monsters. We will play a recon party sent into the portal to investigate. We get to create a party of 4 with the usual variety, but orcs is a playable race here. I made myself a very traditional party with a human priest, dwarven fighter, elven wizard, and a halfling thief. All men, because the game has no women. For the most part the game is well programmed and the user interface works. The game even have a feature I appreciated in which you can hold down the mouse button when moving over equipped weapon to attack very rapidly without the need to click them separately. I also only saw one bug. The game have these death animations when a monster dies and the animation is not scaled. So if you move back from a monster just when it dies, it appears as the monster vanishes in thin air. My main issue with this game though has to do with the dungeon graphics, the walls themselves. The dungeon artwork is probably the most important art piece in a game like this, and unfortunately the walls in this game looks like someone made them in Kai's Power Tools, for those who remember that software. Going through 30 levels of these blurry, ugly walls was a chore. The maps themselves were quite generic as well. The map designer used the entire grid, which means that you can pretty much always see where there are more rooms and corridors to be found, but it leads to a lot of dead ends and kills my immersion, so it doesn't feel like an actual place. Most of the game is also about finding the keys that are located somewhere. The puzzles are on the easy side. There were a few encounters with NPCs and the game hints that there is a big bad evil somewhere below that you encounter eventually, but these encounters feel very far between. I think the game could have benefited from being half or even 1/3 the size. That would have made the game more bearable. I also felt the classes you get were poorly balanced. Having a thief in my party helped me a bit, bypassing some of the locks, but I think you can find all the keys to all the locks anyway if you just look a bit more, which we want to do anyway because we want all the loot you can get. But the big problem was the spell casting, that were so underpowered that I ended up barely using magic as it's just a waste of time that I can use to attack instead. But I still needed my spellcasters for cures, so it was like dragging around 2 curing stations that I just needed to keep alive. Normally a game limits you with either mana, spellcasting chance, limited spell duration, lukewarm damage output, or limited spells based on the level. But City Beneath the Surface do that all at once. If I can cast a spell that is barely more powerful than just attacking with my main fighter, they cost 1/3 of the mana pool with a 50% chance to fail, then you can bet I'm not going to bother about using magic. The game also failed to explain what attribute is used for magic chance in the first place. I ended up saving the game before I cast spells with my priest and just kept on reloading until I succeeded. Finally, I want to mention that this is the only game I found that attempted to fill an entire room with dragons for you to fight. So if you want to see what happens in a Dungeon Master style game where you process and need to handle an entire horde of monsters, then this is the game for you. I cannot recommend City Beneath the Surface, and I rate it near the bottom of the list. The graphics is the weakest aspect. It is also longer than it needs to be, and the ending was unsatisfying, and the unbalanced spellcasting kills much of the fun trying different character classes out. But at least the game works, and it's released for free. I have now covered all the grid-based games in the genre that were released up to the millennium, and while doing so I have also covered all the 3D games that were sequels to gridders. But before I get into the post-millennial titles, I will rewind the clock to focus purely on the 3D games with full 360-degree movement and turning. Ultima Underworld had been released in 1992, and even if it was a single character game, it would influence the direction that also Realtime Blobbers took beyond this era. Once Doom was released, the demand to go 3D became very strong, and ironically the move to 3D became the end for a lot of major developers in the end of the 90s. Now when I began to look into Realtime Blobbers with full 360-degree turning, my discoveries surprised me. In my research, the first full 3D blobber that I found was The Dungeon by Fourth Dimension. It was released as early as 1993 and one of the most obscure games I played during this project, considering it was exclusive for the Icon Archimedes. For those who aren't familiar with this computer, it was an ARM-based computer, mostly popular in Great Britain. I played the game in Arculator thanks to help from Nancy Gold, without whom I wouldn't be able to get it running. I also used Auto Hotkey to override my keys to make the game playable with WHD controls. A warning is that I suffered plenty of save game corruptions though, unless I made sure to exit the game before I turned the emulator off. A workaround was to manually open the game, then extract and back up the files called td_save_, etc. There are 4 of them, and those are your save games. The dungeon has a backstory speaking about an evil monastery from which the monks rule the area, but for some reason the place was swallowed by the earth and sunk underground, and it is now believed to be a crypt of dead occupants. We play a party of 4 who sets out to loot the place from its rumored treasures, only to fall into a trap, sliding down to the very bottom of the place. Now they have to crawl their way back up and deal with the dangers as they collect as much treasure as possible. There are only 2 classes in the game, Combat and Wizard, and each character begins with 2 levels. Horace begins with both his levels in combat, so I naturally used him as a front row fighter. Moroth begins with both his levels in Wizard, so I naturally made him my rear row specialist mage. Helena and Thea begin with a level each, but Anthea begin with 2 extra hit points and 1 extra point in mana, so I made her into my second front row fighter. Odd enough, it's the middle 2 characters that are located in the front row, and they are the only ones who can attack opponents in melee. Initially I had no idea this game even existed, and it took me a long time to get the game to run properly. Once I began, I got stuck and couldn't continue. Very little information exists about the game online, but I heard there were maps published in a magazine that was sadly also not made available online. So I contacted Old Museum Archives in Great Britain, who never got back to me, and eventually I posted for help on the Icon Archimedes forum, where a helpful guy known as Dung Beetle told me he had recently finished the game again. I had gotten stuck because I didn't know I needed to use the mouse to move fast enough through a puzzle. Using keyboard was not fast enough. Dung Beetle continued to help, and eventually I was able to beat the entire game. Then he went on to map every level and publish a full walkthrough of the game online. And he actually ended up emotional support while I dragged myself through the remaining games I intended to play through for this video. And to both our surprise, only a few months later someone else released those original maps from that magazine as well, so now there are 2 full solutions for the game online. The dungeon is a bit of a hidden game. It isn't perfect, and there are many elements that don't work well, and the artwork is quite poor. It is also a bit annoying to attack with your front row fighters due to how long it is between the weapons icons you have to move your mouse cursor. It also takes a while until you find your first spells, but I found spellcasting was mostly underpowered anyway. But the puzzles were particularly fun to figure out. Unlike many other full 3D games that try to make puzzles based on gridders, the dungeon make puzzles that only work in full 3D, such as being able to throw items diagonally, using characters of different strengths to make the items fly at different distances to hit pressure pads from afar. The game keeps track of a score based on the automaton treasures you collect, but even if that's the actual goal of the game, that was also a mechanic I didn't bother much about. If you enjoy puzzle solving and play these kinds of games otherwise, then I would suggest you try the dungeon out. It is not a perfect game by a long shot, but it's also not bad, and I never got to a place where I got frustrated enough to make me want to quit. Except maybe a timed optional challenge in the very end. In an attempt to keep up with the times, SSI tried to jump onto the 3D bandwagon as well. In 1994, the Ravenloft ending became a spirited successor to Eye Beholder, and shared many of the conventions used in those games. And I actually made long plays for all 3 games for my channel on YouTube. It was made by Dreamforce Entertainment, who also made games like Wheel of Darkness, Dungeon Hack, and the single-character RPG Anvil of Dawn. Now, Strahd's Possession was based on the original Ravenloft module, the one that started the setting. Ravenloft is this realm of pocket dimensions that acts as a prison for an evil overlord, where the players end up trapped. The very first one was set in a gothic horror East European setting called Barovia that held the overlord Strahd von Zarovich. He's surrounded by this impenetrable mist that keeps us caged within, and we need to find a couple of important items to be able to escape. While I Beholders let us make 4 characters and recruit 2 more, you only get to make 2 in this ending, with the option to recruit 2 more during the story. I got the advice to make a fighter as my first character, and then multiclass a cleric mage in each game for my second one. And I definitely do not regret following that advice. The companions you can encounter and recruit in the first game conforms to the usual tropes of the genre, including mages, fighters and thieves. A much appreciated feature here, unlike many other games, is that you're able to re-recruit companions again after you have to ditch them temporarily, when you need to make room for plot-specific companions. The Barovia outskirts is not a friendly place, but that's where we begin until we'll get ourselves to the first city, and from there our first dungeon. The city itself is quite large, one of the largest you can find in a game like this, and a lot of people to talk to, subquests, hidden items and even some surprise fights. This is a CD-ROM game, and the people you meet have full voice acting, although the quality can be lacking at times. The game also have a soundtrack that is quite good. The way dungeons are presented make they all feel like unique places, whether they try to make a temple or a cave in the 3D ending. The dungeon layout in Strahd's castle itself was based on the original maps from the module, which is a nice touch. And the game certainly managed to create a feeling of dread being trapped in this hostile but also depressive landscape. Many of the attempts to move from grid to 3D came at the cost of interesting tactical combat, but Ravenloft handles this well. Strahd's Possession actually allows you to play the game in a grid, but that doesn't work well, so I turned it off. The game will test your Dungeon Dragon skills because you're going to need them. Once you acquire a few levels, the game gets easier though. To attack, we can click our equip weapon icons just like we did in Eye Beholder, but we can also click directly on the monster. Each time you click, your character's equipped weapons will cycle through, attacking with one after another, which allows for a faster gameplay. But both spellcasting and buffing still seems relevant and useful, so the action does not come at the cost of complexity and tinkering. The game also does not pull its punches. The original Eye Beholder ending couldn't handle debuffs beyond poison and paralyze, but this ending supports attacks such as level draining. And there is an entire section in the middle of the game where you have to go through several levels of opponents capable of such attacks. It is easy to recommend Strahd's Possession to anyone who is in these kinds of games. In fact, I rate this a must-play that managed to compete with Eye Beholder and Dungeon Master over how much fun I had playing it. While the first game had some flaws, it is still worth playing so you can import your characters for the sequel. The sequel, Ravenloft Stone Prophet, came out in 1995, but it unfortunately became the last game used in the engine and ended the era of first-person blobbers set in the Dungeons & Dragons franchise, but they really went out with a bang. The story of the sequel is standalone from the first. This time it's inspired by the Ravenloft model Touch of Death. In the second one we are trapped once again within a pocket realm featuring a new Dark Lord. This time the realm is the desert Harakir, which is surrounded by the Wall of Ra, a scorching barrier that you cannot escape from. Gradually, we are going to learn about the overlord pharaoh Anktepot, who we probably need to deal with to escape. You are able to create new characters if you want to, but I always imported my characters from the first game. The game also features a very diverse cast of companions for you to find and recruit, and yet again you are able to re-recruit your ditched companions, which allow you to switch them around during the story. One of them will guilt trip you though. The desert in Stone Prophet is quite large, and it's possible to walk around in all 4 directions to explore, or we can try to follow directions given us by NPCs. This openness makes the game feel more like an open world role-playing game of the kind we had with Ishar. There are several places we can go into, including temples, burial sites, pyramids and caves, which each feel very different from one another. One unique mechanic of the game was that you also need to drink water on your journey, similar to how previous games required food. You also run a high risk of ending up diseased or poisoned, which you can fix with the help of a common yellow solve that you find all over the place. The game also featured the best voice acting of the 3 games that was set in this ending, and even a song which was unusual featured in this area. I would even go as far to say that this game features some of the best voice acting I heard in a game from this era. And the pixel artwork of the monsters and encounters are really good as well. The game actually have a morality system, which as far as I know is the first for the genre. Things you do throughout the game will count positively or negatively to your morality. At one point you are going to be judged, and if you are not worthy at this point, you cannot make any more progress. Finally, the final boss fight in Stone Prophet is one of the more advanced ones for the entire genre. It might make you grind your teeth, even if you understand what to do, but it is original. I consider Stone Prophet one of my favorite RPGs out of the 90s that fully incorporated everything I want out of a game like this. It is just a shame I kept myself from playing it for so long. This was also when they really nailed the engine. Unfortunately, it ended up being the last game using the engine and became the last Dungeons & Dragons blobber ever. Mensuberanza was made in 1994, which is prior to Stone Prophet, and used the same engine as the first game. Instead of being set in Ravenloft, the game takes place in the Forgotten Realm setting, where we need to travel down through the earth down to Mensuberanzan, the underground city for the Dark Elves. The combination of using a fighter coupled with a multi-class cleric mage worked fine in the Ravenloft series, so I used it in Mensuberanzan as well. And during our descent into the underground we get to recruit 2 more characters that also have a lot of variety, including a Kentaur, Kenku, and Svirfneblin. And of course you also get to have Driz with you for a while. Unfortunately, it is hard to re-recruit companions unlike the first 2 games due to how the game is constructed. I will get back to this in a moment. On paper, Mensuberanzan is not a terrible offer. If you are a fan of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons and have played every first-person Advanced Dungeons & Dragons games ever, then Mensuberanzan offers a chance to fight some iconic monsters that haven't appeared in first-person Dungeons & Dragons games up to this point, such as Umber Hulks, Carrion Crawlers, and Bugbears. Also, I really enjoy the music in the game, with a few tunes that I actually go back to listen to from time to time. The game has some unusual mechanics. For one thing, the underground is radioactive, so you need to find some gems to protect you. The game also features the ability to jump, which also need to be used to get through the cave systems. Near the end, you end up masquerading as Drow too, although this was something that I didn't appreciate. But here's the problem with the game. The way the actual adventure was designed was that you would spend most of the time traveling down to the actual city, and most of that journey consists of walking down through the one cave after another that, when presented in 90s 3D technology, provide a very dull and repetitive experience. There are also little in terms of puzzles or content. Most of the time you are instead just killing monsters. Had the game at least used the upgraded Stone Prophet engine and put a bit more attention into creating unique places to discover, it might have been more fun. Branson also lacks a central hub area, which screws with the game in so many ways. Most of the time you are forced to continue forward in one direction, with previous maps getting lost to you. This means you cannot re-recruit companions, and you have nowhere to store excess junk that you do not know in your first playthrough if it will be useful or not. I will only bother about Branson if you played both Ravenloft games and really want another game like it. But keep your expectations low and prepare to be disappointed. The Ravenloft engine was used for some of the final games SSI did with the Dungeons & Dragons license. But when Baldur's Gate picked up the banner in 1998, it was obvious that their isometric games set in a dark sun setting became the final link, whereas the Ravenloft engine ended up mostly forgotten. Crime Crackers was made by Mediavision and published in 1994 as one of the launch titles for the Japanese PlayStation, but it was never localized in English. It then received a sequel in 1997, and of course I got to talk about them both. Mediavision have also done several other role-playing franchises, including the Wild West theme's Wild Arms, but none of which are Realtime Blobbers. I finished both games in DuckStation, and I used Z Translate to translate the game into English, and it's thanks to Z Translate it was not hard for me to follow the story. The game is set in space, where an intergalactic society established a bounty hunter system to track down pirates, where the main character Emilia is searching for her lost brother. She is the captain on a starship known as the Pink Dolphin, with a diverse crew, where Emilia is actually the only human. With her is Dolan, who is your heavyweight tank guy, and by the looks of it a dragon. We also have Lisa, who is a fox girl and our main melee fighter. With us we also have 3 unplayable characters in the form of Parrot, who is the ship's pilot Parrot, or the Parrot pilot if you prefer. Then we have Corlog, who is the ship's robot, and finally Potpourri Vamp, who is an artificial intelligence who aids the team. I actually saw a long play of the first game first, and whoever did that seems to have used an older PlayStation emulator with no clip sheets. The game I played looked and played a lot better than what was shown in this video, and that wasn't just thanks to the graphic improvement that DuckStation gave me. Thanks to being a CD-ROM game, the game also came with a full soundtrack using a blend of jazz and rock music that were real bangers and actually suited the game. But they can be a bit repetitive at times, which wasn't uncommon with the CD-ROM era games, where you had limited amount of music tracks that you could squeeze into one disc. Much of the gameplay itself plays like a single-floor first-person shooter, kind of like Castle Wolfenstein. You control your party with a control pad, and the control scheme is actually quite outdated, so it takes a while to get used to the controls. But most noteworthy, and what makes this game into a real-time blobber, is that you can switch your active character on the fly, and for the most part it is just your main character who can attack and take damage, even if there are some exceptions to the latter rule. You can also put your characters into a blocking stance, and while you are there you are almost invulnerable, but you cannot attack at the same time as blocking is activated. You need to switch between these two stances constantly to win the fights. The first game is not much of a role-playing game either, as there are no levels, skills or attributes. If you collect money you can buy better and better weapons, but only if you earn enough score to increase your rank. In my game I was able to reach the highest rank in the end, and I am not particularly good at these kinds of games, so it should be doable for most people to get it. The better weapons and armor just to a flat numerical bonus, and the projectiles you fire look different, but that's it. In the end I cannot recommend Crime Crackers for those who are looking for a Dungeon Master-like game, and most will probably not bother about going as far as to translate the game as I did. But I had fun playing it. The game is repetitive, but at least I could burn through the maps at a good pace. The story is unobvious, absurd and silly, featuring an obviously underage captain and a vampiric cyber elf AI that behaves like a child, but I cannot deny I had fun just enjoying the warm, silly story while playing the game. Crime Crackers 2 came out much later in 1997. In the second game we play a different team, going from Pink Dolphin over to a Guppy, but it is a direct sequel and the previous characters will make appearances later on in the game. This time the game is presented both in pixelated cutscenes but also in full motion video with voice acting and everything. I could still use Z-Translate to translate the text into English, but for the full motion videos I actually uploaded the videos in secret to YouTube so I could view them with YouTube's automatic captions. At the beginning of the game we are told to protect a space station under attack by the pirates Bastard Crow. The way the story works is very unique, but I will get back to that later on. Our new team is led by Syria, who is another underage girl who is actually a fan of Emilia for the first game. With her she have a healer maid, Wendy, a cat girl, Shaisa, and John Michael, who is a support droid that frequently ended up my main character due to his slow but powerful shots. Throughout the span of the game we get several other characters and the game does not always give you access to all your characters, so you end up needing to switch your team around. Unlike the first game, the second let us control 4 characters at the same time, but I cannot say it was necessary since it's not like we can practically control more than one character or have a good reason to switch between them, except for maybe when our main character already took too much damage. The second game improves the game in pretty much every way. The game have real elevation now. It is no longer a one-floor dungeon like Wolfenstein 3D, but instead it handles elevation like Doom or maybe even Quake. It has more updated movement controls, making the game a lot easier to control. We also have experience points this time around and the characters do level up. From the first level forward, the game has this weird gimmick where you need to basically replay the same story over and over again, but through different branches. Once you've done all the possible branches, you will unlock a few additional levels where the branches are tied together and you get to the end of the game. This means you have to play through the first level like 8 times to see the real ending, but at least it gets faster and faster. Actually, much of the game is incredibly easy as far as the combat and bosses go, but you also need to find hidden stars on every level to be able to unlock a secret ending that took most of my time to do. Still, the secret ending was a short, sweet music video that worked as closure after finish and enjoying both games. In the end, I cannot recommend these games for someone seeking a Dungeon Master game, as I said, but I had a lot of fun playing them. If you're curious to try what it's like to blend a real-time blobber with a console first-person shooter, then this is your best pick. Rol Crusaders is a Spanish game made in 1995 by Noria Works Entertainment. I do not recognize the other games that the company made, but the main designers were later involved in Commandos 3 for those familiar with that franchise. Before I talk more about the game, I did notice that the game have stolen character portraits from Ishar, and that alone could allow me to skip the game entirely. But I was curious, so I decided to push through the game anyway. The game does not seem to be sold anywhere, and the full English version is not available online. If you play the English versions that floats around online, it turns out to be a shareware demo that ends after the 3rd level, with a suggestion to get the full version. Now, if you check the game files in this version, there seems to be files named level with a dib file type, number up to 15. The first 3 of these dib files have a corresponding map file and a dat file. When I compared these files to the full Spanish version that I found, it had the map files and dat files up to level 11. So I simply copied the Spanish files over to my English shareware version, and suddenly I no longer got a suggestion to get the full version. Instead, the game continued, and I could play all the way up to level 11, and I was met with a proper ending to the story. Even if the ending slideshow was presented in Spanish, the rest of the dialogue was in English. In the game's storyline, an Inquisitor intends to turn over the Ark of the Covenant to the Devil to sink the world into eternal darkness, with only the Templars being able to stop him. When I first began to build a party, the game seems to be more advanced than it actually turned out to be. It had plenty of classes, equipment and spells, and I spent quite a lot of time trying to understand how the class system worked so I could optimize my party. And the manual was also 24 pages long, but in Spanish only. But once I got into the game, I just had 9 short levels that I believe I could speedrun in total in just 20-30 minutes now that I know what to do. The game plays like a mix between a melee blobber and Wolfenstein 3D, and I beat most of the levels simply by hacking everything that moved with my first character using a double axe. The most memorable feature of the game was the slaying animation, where a quick animation of hacking down an enemy would be played right when killing an enemy. The game also seems to have an advanced system for different kinds of damage, including psychological damage,
emotional damage.
But I only experienced that once or twice and I didn't need to do anything specific just to get past those sections. So ultimately, I didn't need to put down any particular thought more than just hacking away, as I said. I did however run into a problem where I sometimes would lose my ability to walk straight forward. I do not know why. This might have been a bug that happens because I mixed the English demo and the Spanish full version, or it might just be something else. Still, I was able to finish those maps through strafing, which was weird but doable. In the game you need to eat food, which you just find on the ground. You pick it up by walking over it, just like you would with medkits in Wolfenstein 3D. Then you need to select your character to consume the item from your inventory. Near the end of the game I began to run out of food, but I learned I could revert my party over and over again by backupping one of the save files and restore it repeatedly. Which is totally cheating, but at the end of the game I had already deemed it out. My experience with this game was broken. I feel it was a big challenge to work myself around the various obstacles I ran into. With that in mind, I do not know if the game I have is even representing how the game is intended. Mind you, it's 9 short levels, while Wolfenstein 3D have 60, where each is almost double the size for this game. So it's at least very short. We are now reaching the last blobbers of the 90s before the genre comes to an end, at least in the mainstream. And actually the games I have left to cover have a very distinct style that could even be seen as a genre of its own. The Might & Magic series got 10 games in total, not counting the Heroes games or the spin-offs, and most of those were made by New World Computing. Relevant to this video of Realtime Blobbers is the trilogy that started with Might & Magic 6 called The Mandate of Heaven in 1998. It shared roughly the same ending with the 7th game for Blood and Honor in 1999 and the 8th, Day of Destroyer, in 2000. The 9th game was standalone, so I will get back to that in a moment. Now I finished 6 to 8 when the games were new, but I did not feel I needed to refinish them again before this video. There are a lot of great videos on these games on YouTube already, and I do not intend to cover these games in depth here. But I also cannot skip over them here since they are technically blobbers with real-time with pause combat. To refresh my memory, I did play the Merge mod for a bit. The Merge mod is a kind of remaster that combines the trilogy into one big game, using the 8th game as an engine. The combined mod gives you access to all the classes, portraits and species from the 3 games. So for my party I ended up making a Knight for dual building DPS, Paladin for a near immortal tank, Cleric for heals, cures and buffs, and a Sorcerer for utility spells and area damage. Might & Magic is like a genre of its own, and it deviates quite heavily from other games I talked about so far. For one thing, the games are the first in the video that are directly for modern Windows in mind, and they were much less restricted by memory limitations than previous games had been. Unlike most of the genre, these games have been created with an open world in mind. Most of the time we walk around under the sky, surrounded by mountain walls. When you enter a cave or dungeon, the spaces in these places are a lot wider and open than you find in other dungeon crawlers. And these places are crammed with monsters and enemies, with hundreds of monsters to be killed in a single dungeon. In effect, you never get the feeling that you are trapped within a claustrophobic prison underground, where you get close and personal with individual monsters. Instead, the game space is a battleground to slay hordes, get the gold and the stuff, drag it to town and sell it and repeat. And this creates this addictive gameplay loop where you end up spending hours when you just intended to do something quick. Because every time you achieve something on your to-do list, you're probably just going to have a short distance to the next thing. Whether it's turning in a quest, starting a new quest, training a character, gathering a bit more gold, selling some more, or buy something specific. Because the economy in this game far outshines anything else in the genre. I definitely recommend this trilogy if you haven't played it yet, especially if you tried the merge mod. It is unfortunate that there are really not that many modern games that capture this particular formula that you had in these titles. But while the games are fun on their own, they aren't quite what I look for, and they are a different subgenre of role-playing games compared to Dungeon Master or Eye Beholder, so keep that in mind. I, for one, miss good storytelling. I keep forgetting what the stories in these games are even about, and I do not remember any iconic villains or non-player characters in these games. The interactions you have with people tend to be on the humorous side, and I do not remember any quest or NPC interaction that made me feel anything more than doing the quest for XP or gold. Now the 9th game, The Written Fate, came out in 2002. It renewed the engine, relied on polygon 3D monsters instead of 2D sprites, and had a standalone story. I finished this back when it was new as well, but I also decided to refinish it prior to this video, because I remember the game as fun, but it is often said that the game is so bad that it killed both the developer and the series. So I had to replay it just to refresh my memory for real. The 9th game is set in a Nordic Viking setting, where we are sent out to gather the leaders of several towns against an approaching horde. I decided to make the same party I did with my first playthrough 22 years later. A gladiator, paladin, priest and mage. I later learned that an assassin might have been a better choice, but I rolled with it. The game does not have a modern remake or fan patch. I played the good old games version that at least makes the game run fine under modern Windows. But the game suffered from a problem where if I alt-tabbed away from the screen, I would end up freezing the game and I would have to restart it constantly. It also did not take me long to realize just how janky the game was. The addictive components are still there, and there are a lot of things to do, with that addictive gameplay loop that I remember as fun. But the game was obviously published in an alpha stage. Due to how broken the game is, I ended up relying pretty hard on drawing help to finish it quickly. The game is so broken that it is easy to exploit even unintentionally. Finally, I need to say that the game is real-time with pause, not real-time, just like the predecessors. I can now acknowledge that the game is an unfinished mess, and not even a fan patch can solve the problems. Which is unfortunate, since I can tell that the game had the potential to be just as good as the rest. I cannot recommend the 9th game, unless you really love the others and really crave for more. Ubisoft also published a first-person game known as Dark Messiah of Might and Magic in 2006, which is noteworthy for me, because it is a first-person game with temporary companions. Mind you, this was before Fallout 3 introduced real recruitable companions in a first-person role-playing game. But it is not a blobber, so Dark Messiah of Might and Magic is not an official entry on my list. Finally, I want to say that the series received a surprising sequel by Ubisoft in 2014, but it is a standalone title that was also back to turn-based. I actually liked the 10th game a lot, and I definitely recommend it if you're able to get it. Just be sure you get the DLC to it, however, since the real ending is in that one. Wizards & Warriors was created by Jurassic Park in 2000, and in my list it was the last new series that got greenlit by a mainstream publisher, that ended up a single shot only. And it was probably helped by the lead designer being David W. Bradley, who were famous for making Wizardry 5-7. This could have been Wizardry 8, but that game was made by other people. Now, my intended review for this game was initially 4 times as long, going into a lot of details, but eventually decided to keep this short. If you want a more in-depth coverage of this game, I recommend Michael Snow's retrospective, since he covers most of the issues I experienced with this game. For Wizards & Warriors, I played the good old games version, and I used DX Wind, or DXWND, to make the game playable in a window. This is a DirectX emulator that I have used for a lot of early year 2000 games to make them run well under modern Windows. I can definitely recommend it. The story is quite complicated, so let me summarize this in a single sentence. We play as a group of adventurers being sent out to find a legendary sword that can defeat an evil villain known as Lord Set. The story is actually a strong part of the game, and I quite enjoy the key moments you get with the NPCs that matter. The game actually allows us to create 6 characters, and for my part I try my best with 2 human fighters with the intention to make one a tank and the other a DPS. Then I made a gnomish rogue, a dwarven priest, an elven priest I intended to make into a reindeer, and an elven wizard. I thought my party would be robust and straightforward, but I was wrong. Wizards and Warriors took me 3 weeks to finish, which is the longest it took for any game here, despite taking extensive help. And eventually I resorted to straight up cheating after my patience ran out in order to just see the rest of the game. Before I go into what made me give up, let me go into what I actually liked about it. I love a game like Gothic or Baldur's Gate that allow me to go out in an open world where I encounter new things wherever I look, and I do unique subquests in atmospheric exciting places. From creepy dungeons to graveyards to swamps, and this game even offers an open sea with underwater temples. I want to experience everything that the designers thought up and put into the game, and there was a lot of experience here. So now over to the problems. First, the game barely fit my definitions. While the game had real-time with pause, the real-time setting kept on resetting itself back to a turn-based game, until I eventually gave up fixing it all the time, playing the rest of the game turn-based. The game was also very prone to crashing, especially when I left cities, which is a larger problem that you might guess, since first, you cannot save inside cities, and the city visits also took substantially long time due to baffling design decisions. The way that quest works is that they are saved per character rather than per game, so you end up having to do subquests 6 times over, which also means that you need to go through the NPC dialogue 6 times over, since it cannot be skipped. But the NPCs also need to remind you about the unfinished quest whenever you visit them again, forcing you through a lot of unskippable annoying dialogue. So a simple visit to a city can take substantially long time, only to then crash, forcing me to redo it all over. But my main problem was the class system that was extremely rigid. Forget just going out and questing and enjoying the game. Things have to be done in a specific order to avoid overleveling or underleveling or crippling your intended characters prematurely. Much of this have to do with how guilds work, and the fact that you cannot switch back and forth between classes. After about 10 hours of gameplay and a lot of grinding, I had learned that my characters had irreversible problems, and there was no way I could get my planned builds. The game was chock full of baffling limitations that just stifled experimentation for me. I can accept that for a game that takes 1 to 2 hours to do, but this is a 50-hour game, and I have other games I want to play. Eventually I broke down and began to use an editor to adjust stuff I picked wrong early on, and to switch classes around in a way that the game does not allow you to. And this actually made the game more fun for me, even if it was not supported by the game. But once I hit the last chapter I had enough of the game as an RPG. I ended up giving myself unlimited money just to try the rest of the systems and fast forward to see the rest of the story and its areas. I cannot recommend Wizards and Warriors. The good that the game had to offer was fundamentally destroyed with how they designed the class progression, cities and NPC interactions in a way that penalized me in every way for trying something out of the books. Maybe if you enjoy this particular brand of RPG, you do not mind replaying the game a few times before you get it right, but then you know what you like and what you're getting yourself into. The Might and Magic series and Wizards and Warriors were the last of an era in which real-time blobbers were a thing, while the commercial interest for gridders had died out around 1993. When we look into where the genre went after that, I can see a couple of successors, at least in my opinion, and I thought I wanted to spend a moment discussing those. The first thing I want to bring up is the mainstream successor to the genre, which is probably single-character role-playing games with companions that move separate from you, with limited control from you as a player. While this breaks the rules for a blobber, remember that Blobber was not an intended game design, but came due to limitations with first-person role-playing games where they first were designed. Already in Bloodwych, we see the ability to summon friendly monsters who would fight for you. In games such as Gothic or Might and Magic Dark Messiah, we got temporary companions who would fight alongside you for a while. Companions with names, looks, and personalities with full voice acting. And as the games got more advanced, we got more and more efficient ability to control, upgrade and enhance our companions. But it was probably primarily in Bethesda's games like Elder Scrolls or Fallout that we see the completed full circle. We had gotten the ability to summon monsters that fought us all the way back in Daggerfall. In Morrowind we get temporary non-play characters following us doing quests, and in Morrowind Tribunal we can recruit a mercenary that we can equip properly to keep him alive. Maybe the first persistent companion in a first-person role-playing game. Oblivion did not expand on this a lot except for the adoring fan that you didn't want. But when Bethesda got the rights to Fallout 3, they simply had to implement full-fleshed out companions that you could recruit and control. But controls were limited at first. But there had already been strong implementations of team control already. Even in Rainbow Six series from the late 90s we were given access to entire squads that we could control in first person. With games like New Vegas, Skyrim, Fallout 4, Outer Worlds and Avowed, the companions are much more advanced and smarter now, giving them a natural part of a first-person experience that is both single-character and party-based at the same time. And then you have mods that can take this even further. So the original point of first-person role-playing games that also feature parties is still being covered by modern games. It didn't go away, it just evolved. But there are other pathways that the classic formula took. The second one I want to mention was the handheld devices. The limited hardware benefit from receiving less demanding games, so during the first decade of 2000 there were several classic genres that were given a second life on handheld consoles, pocket PCs or mobile phones. Unfortunately there were very few of these titles that were truly real-time blobbers. I will cover 4 of them now, although the first 2 are not really real-time. And the second 2 are actually the same game, so it ends up as one game. The first 2 handheld games I want to bring out are technical, not real-time, and I do not intend to give them a full review. They were Legacy by Redshift, released in 2004, that I originally played on a pocket PC, and Undercroft by Raking Grass, released in 2005. Which I ended up playing on an iPhone. Both of these have an unusual type of turn-based combat that made me want to mention them here, since while I made this video I was tricked into remember them as real-time, only to learn that they are actually turn-based when I went back to check. Here's the thing, you have free access to move your characters at all time, but it is each time you take an action that the game will take an action in return automatically. This makes them feel like real-time games to a degree, as they play very fast even if they are turn-based. But all you need to do is to take your hands off the game to make a stop move. I actually bought Legacy and finished the game on Windows, along with its expansion. I made an auto-hotkey script to make the game accept WSD controls. I finished Undercroft on the iPhone, but it's gone from the App Store now. But it have actually been made available directly in Windows for free. If you enjoy turn-based dungeon crawlers, then both games are great. I felt Legacy became a bit repetitive eventually though, as the game is a bit longer than it needs to be while relying on the same palette swap enemies over and over again. Mazes of Fate was made by Sabaraza for Game Boy Advance in 2006. They then made a remake for Nintendo DS in 2008. Sabaraza was located in Argentina, but the website is closed down and I do not recognize the other games. I got the Game Boy Advance version to run in MGBA and the DS version to run in Desmume, and then I played the 2 in tandem. In the story, humanity left their old gods behind and it made the lands wither. To set things right, a hero rose up, but he was plotted against by a rebellion. So now the lands needs a new hero, and that hero is going to be you. For my hero, I selected Katia the Thief on the Game Boy Advance version and then Annika the Priest for the DS version. Maze of Fate is the only true real-time blobber released between 2002 and 2012, and for the most part the Game Boy Advance version works quite fine, and I actually enjoyed my time playing it. The controls works fine, even if there is no mouse control, even when controlling 3 party members at the same time, but I did not care too much about the DS version. The 3D graphics were uglier than the handmade pixel artwork, and the game was less satisfying to play in general. The extra content they implemented in the DS version did not really warrant a remake. Also, dungeons, you walk around in an overland map with a mini version of your avatar, similar to the map in Abandoned Places or Return of Medusa. You actually move with your stylus on the DS version, which means you mouse cursor on the PC. But on the Game Boy Advance version you move left and right in the city interface with your shoulder buttons, which is a bit annoying since it screws up the WHD controls. I found the story, subquests and character interactions to be pretty good. This game also nails the economy system, as there is actually good stuff to sell and buy in this game, and shopping stay useful for most of the adventure. One issue I need to talk about though is buffs that had too short timers to be useful, so my priest did not work well. Balance wise, when you have a dedicated buffer in a role-playing party, the sum of your fully buffed characters needs to be either stronger or more versatile than a party that uses a different class, like mage or fighter. This is balanced out by the fact that buffs takes a while to cast and relied on limited resources such as mana or scribing. And unless your buffs are really overpowering or very accessible to cast, you want to make them last a very long time in this genre, like 5 to 10 minutes, so you do not force the player to constantly recast them too often. Eye Beholder handles this pretty well. The buffs are not super empowering, but at least they last for a long time. But in Mazes of Fate the buffs barely last a minute. At best you can pick a single buff and keep recasting it, but you are going to wish to simply look for a different class instead. Mazes of Fate is an example of what a real-time blobber can be with better hardware. The game is a lot longer and presents you with a more advanced storyline than what other older games were capable of delivering due to the limited hardware. I do not feel that the DS version added anything that made the game better though. To the contrary, I do prefer the Game Boy Advance version. In the end, I am pretty neutral to this game. While it isn't a bad game, it is also not an overly good one. The game does not particularly evolve the genre and left no legacy either. The game actually ends with an unsatisfying cliffhanger without hopes for a sequel, and what you have here is a mostly functional RPG that is perhaps a bit longer than it needs to be. And now to something completely different. Minas of Mirth is a massive multiplayer online role-playing game originally released by Prairie Games in 2005. The game got an expansion in 2011 called The Undead Wars. The online service ran until 2017, but from 2021 or so you can download and set up a private server to play the game. I set up my private server of course, and it was not too difficult to get it running. And once in, I could create a party of 6 characters of the usual classes. Now, Minas of Mirth is not a first-person blobber, but a third-person blobber, where your party is represented by your active character as your avatar in the game world. And the game is a massive multiplayer online role-playing game, and as such it's not focused on delivering a strong story or narrative. Instead it's mostly about grinding up your characters. As usual with massive multiplayer online role-playing games in this era, the quests boil down to killing a number of bears or skeletons or whatever. I was not particularly enthusiastic about playing a massive multiplayer online role-playing game, and I felt the game was from early 2000 as well. Just like Mordor and Demise, the game seems more about grinding up characters than engaging in a story. Without a plot that is intended to be finished, a game feels more out of scope from what I was trying to do here, and after a few test fights I was ready to turn it off. I do not recommend it if you look for a Dungeon Master clone, but decided to mention here as a curiosity. The concept of a third-person blobber is not that weird to me, but it surprised me that this was only Minions of Mirth and perhaps Mayday squad heroes that used that perspective, and neither game nailed the concept well, unlike what turn-based third-person blobbers such as Barge Tale 4 did. The final game I need to take up before ending this video is Cadalia, which is a free real-time blobber released online in 2012 by a Czech group known as Realm. It was made for Windows, so I used DXVind to play the game in a window. Then I had to build an auto hotkey script to get WSD controls. I even created an all-attack key, which was convenient. In the game, we play an assistant to a wizard, who at the start of the game gets attacked by a wicked shadow and dies. His last words sent us to a nearby village to find his friend, while mentioning something about a necklace. We get to choose between two characters as our main character, Jekyll, who is supposed to be set up as a fighter, and Michaela, who is supposed to become a mage. But you can keep on rerolling your stats and your choice doesn't seem to matter more than for thematic reasons. I predictably picked Michaela and developed her into a battle mage. Then we get to choose 3 companions out of a list. These characters have very different personalities and backgrounds, and they will actually engage in conversations with you, with the non-player characters, and give their opinions and insights to your journey. They also differ a bit when it comes to starting equipment and abilities. I picked Silandra as my main fighter, Viona as my healer, and Halsamiro as my rogue. Cadalia was the first game of its kind for a very long time, and it captures old and new. The game is undeniably an indie game and relies on hand-drawn artwork that was scanned in and then colorized. The art is a bit amateurish, but it does the job for me. When we go into the world, we have a smooth movement that you find in Lands of Lore. Then you find equipment scattered about that is often randomized, so we don't necessarily get the same equipment on different playthroughs. The game also have an economy system that works reasonably well. I wasn't particularly fond of the magic system though. While easy to use, it was made in such a way that you really just pick one spell for most of the game without variation. I was also not fond of the inventory system either. It is similar to the one in Lands of Lore. If you are designing an inventory interface, please do not copy this design. When I played the game, I feel that the hit chances were off. I was missing too many times from what I expected to do. I did watch Sinatar playthrough and he ran into a situation where he couldn't defeat a boss. I took help from a guide and managed to unlock a secret, very high-powered weapon that is easy to miss out on, but with that weapon the game gets significantly easier. I can recommend Cadalia to people who have played plenty of these kinds of games already. It isn't perfect and it's not terrible either. If you have played plenty of these games already, it's worth checking out. A sequel was in the plans, but the website hasn't been updated for a long time, so I'm not expecting it anymore. And now, we're at the game that prompted this video, and with which I intend to end it. My goal was to cover what happened between the birth of the genre with Dungeon Master until the rebirth of the genre with Legend of Grimrock, made by Almost Human and released in 2012. It also had a sequel in 2014. If you haven't played Legend of Grimrock yet, then I urge you to do so immediately. I won't give you an in-depth review here. The story of the game is that we play a group of prisoners cast down into a mountain where we will starve unless we can find our way out somehow. But almost immediately we are contacted telepathically by someone deep below who might help us, so now our only way is down. I finished the game for the first time in 2012 and replayed it now in 2025 for this video. What I learned from my first playthrough is that Legend of Grimrock does not support spreading out to skill points. You only get about 50 in one playthrough per character, with only a couple of bonus points you can give to the character who needs them the most. With that in mind, you want to keep yourself to 1 or 2 skill stops. In my new playthrough, I used a fighter specialized in swords with just a little bit of armor, a rogue specialized in assassin and daggers, one mage specialized in ice and spellcraft, and another mage specialized in fire and spellcraft. Now, Legend of Grimrock was not just a clone of Dungeon Master. Instead, I would suggest it was a game that defined the genre. It had a modern engine that allowed it to use 3D light for atmosphere and puzzles, and coupled that with a strong audio that created a creepy, immersive atmosphere. But it was also a blobber, long after the market had moved on to single-character role-playing games, and it used real-time combat when Dungeon Crawler had been mostly associated with turn-based combat. But most importantly, it implemented grid-based movement as a design choice, with specific puzzles and monster movement adapted to such movement. This creates a unique form of combat, which is distinct, satisfying and fun. Unfortunately, Almost Human seems to have quit the series of the second game. They only did an isometric puzzle RPG called Druidstone since. But what is relevant here is what the new series did, and its legacy. I began this project in 2022 and I spent 3 years playing this genre almost exclusively. I kept myself strict on the definition of a Dungeon Master clone being a real-time blobber. I wanted to capture and document this specific genre for the future, where most attention had been towards turn-based games or single-character games. I'm sure my definition can be challenged in numerous ways, and I certainly bent my own rules here and there. Without a doubt, I've probably said a ton of wrong things too. But if I manage to convince you that the real-time blobber is a distinct genre of its own, with its own quirks and specifics, different to the genres that borders it, then good. I know I left out covering many genre specifics, such as going deep into the constant dependency of food and the continuous struggles with making thieves' ranged weapons useful, but I had to keep myself to the essentials to keep myself focused. But I also stopped the clock in 2012 with Legend of Grimrock. While it's tempting to try to document to you what happened in the last decade and speculate about the future, I also want to leave this video as a slice of history spanning 25 years. So I will only mention that there have been a couple of new games that fit the real-time blobber definition, and I hope to see more. If you were curious about this genre, I hope I have given you a stronger conception now what they were about. If you enjoyed these games, I hope this video have given you a nostalgic moment or a good idea what to play next. If you are designing these games, I hope I have given you ideas. With today's tools, we are back to the situation where a single person can create a game in their bedroom. My hope is primarily on the indie market, that this is more open to experimentation and evolution, while you do not need an AAE budget for this kind of gameplay. But designing a well-polished real-time blobber is a specific challenge that takes more attention than simply thinking you can run turn-based systems in real time, or scale your game up by quadrupling a single character system. You need to pay attention to certain synergies and design a very effective user interface that is neither too simplified or too complicated, while fine-tuning your real-time systems to be challenging but not frustrating, while presenting a first-person narrative that immerses your players and encourages them to push through your puzzles or monsters until the end. Throughout this video, I hope I have shown you better or worse examples of doing so, at least in my opinion, while I have included various attempts to renew the formula that makes sense on paper that didn't work too well. And as a late special mention, there are almost no games out that mimic the formula of the later mathematic games, which is strange when the formula was perfected 30 years ago. If you like this video, please give me a comment or at least a thumbs up to help the algorithm. I have already decided to make long play videos about a couple of games I brought up here, and I will try to get some newer games into this genre too, beyond 2012. But for the most part, I am now happy to continue to play some other genres now. Whatever else, have fun gaming, and I'll see you in the next video.